Really, this nice opportunity to welcome you all of you in this NILET's International Conference on Communication, Electronics, and Digital Technologies under NICEDT2023. So, friends, I can say that in this beautiful auditorium, I really take privilege to stand in front of the August gathering where I can see students as well, where I can see the technical, creative, and executive personas. I can see the bureaucrats, and of course, the people from the International Forum. So I would like to extend my heartiest welcome to all of you, and I think we can have a round of applause for this wonderful gathering over here. Let's have a round of applause. Thank you so much. And to initiate with, firstly, I would like to request the distinguished dignitaries to please come up on the dais and so that we can just start with the scheduled program. Firstly, I would like to invite on our chief guest of the occasion, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Please put your hands together for him. Welcome, sir. I would also like to request Dr. Maria Swikcharini, CEO and Director AISHS UNESCO, to please join us. Let's have a round of applause for her as well. Also, I would like to request Chairman NCVET, Dr. Nirmaljeet Kalsi, to please join us on the stage. I also request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to please join us. Of course, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, DG NILET. We welcome you, sir. Let's have a round of claps for him as well. And Dr. MP Pillai, Executive Director, NILET Calicut. Let's have a round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much. And now, my dear friends, as we all know that, when we have been raised up, we all have been trained or maybe learned with this thing that whenever we do any work of nobility, we must take the name of God and we must bow down towards that light which always guides us in our path. So firstly, I would like to request the dignitaries and our chief guest, of course, to please extend your hands for the nobility of lamp lightning. Let's have a round of applause for this. And I request the dignitaries, please join us for that. Our scriptures has always made us to believe and realize Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhan Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashai Dvipam Jyoti Namostute. Thank you so much. And we really pray to that Almighty that please take us from darkness to enlightenment. And I think that this light, which has just got the nobility, will actually take us further towards that direction. Friends, as we all know that National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, it is an autonomous scientific society of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. It is actively engaged in capacity building and skill development in the areas of information, electronics and communications technology. NICEDT is organizing its first international conference on digital technology and digital skilling. That is why we all are here today. And this is a lead event of the G20 presidency year with an aim to prepare strategy for developing global future-ready workforce in electronics and IT domain. So I must say that it's a huge task and a big vision, and to attain that, we are really blessed to have Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi as the DG of NICEDT. So let's welcome him with your round of applause. I request you, sir, for the welcome address.
Very good morning. Uh, it's a great pleasure to welcome the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I extend my warm welcome to Secretary MIT Sri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, and also the Chairman of the Management Board of NICEDT, who is the chief guest of today's program and who is kind enough to spare a valuable time to be here as a chief guest. And in fact, it was his idea and support that this conference we can see today. So, welcome you, sir. Shri Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi, Chairman NCVT India. Sir, I welcome you. Your kind support was always with NICEDT for anything related to digital skilling. So, welcome you, sir. Dr. Maria Grazia Sucharini, Director UNESCO. We welcome you for this first digital conference, skilling conference being organized by NICEDT, and you have traveled from Paris and took time, and yesterday also you're there. You spent time with us for different discussions, so thank you. Shri Bhunesh Kumar ji, Additional Secretary MITI, and also HOD, so GCHRD division, and your support is always very important for the NICEDT, sir, and you have been supporting kindly. We welcome you here. My friend Dennis Hu from Taipei, and Dr. Yahya Al-Marzuki from UAE, ED of Tawazun Council, Madam Abhilasha Gaur, other panelists who are here, my dear colleagues, students, the participants from industry, I welcome all of you in the first international conference on digital skilling. As you know that this is the year of the Indian presidency for G20, and in that light this event is being organized. When Honorable Secretary told me to organize this conference on digital skilling, another conference was also in place, and then we made a two-part conference, one on digital technology, another on digital skilling, as today digital technology and digital skilling go hand in hand, and we understand that the government, industry and skilling together, they have to be an integrated system to achieve something important for the whole world, and it has become very, very important. And then we thought what kind of program it will be, and then we starting studying all the G20 initiatives are passed, and since digital skilling is one of the important aspect of this year during Indian presidency, we have seen that how in Japan, Indonesia, and what they have covered, like Society 5.0 or the digital literacy for all. And then what can be the mutual qualification framework for the G20 countries. So we designed 3 panels, which is very important. The first one is the digital skills for all, because in India, if you see the digital skilling requirement, so this is for a 10-year child to 70-year person. Everybody needs the digital skill, and that landscape in India is around 100 crore population, which need digital skills. And I think that is the similar thing which is all over the world. So it is very, very much important that we not only think about digital skilling for youth or the people who are looking for employment, but we cover the government, senior citizen, and everybody as a part of the digital skilling system. So that's why the first panel was decided as a digital skills for all, where our panelists, esteemed panelists, will be discussing that what can be the financial plan, what can be governance plans, because this is going to be a very complex system. Then second part was the emerging technologies, where R&D plays a very important role, and the new technologies that are coming up which will be important, maybe the quantum computing. Yesterday we had a very good lecture how we have migrated from cloud computing to quantum computing from Professor Buya from Melbourne University. So the second panel was on the emerging technologies, that what will be the emerging technologies and how the skilling will be done, how the talent pool will be created for the workforce. And third, which is very important, very complex, is the mutual recognition for the skills across the G20 countries. And that's a very complex system, in fact, and how to develop. In India, we have a system, and Dr. Kalsi will let you know about an SQF system and other systems. And similarly, we have seen that in European countries have a very mature skilling system. And Dr. Maria Grazia is there. She is the author of many documents for OECD countries on such kind of things. Dennis, who is here. And NICEDT has a very vast experience of mutual recognition. My friend Dennis is there, and we have been working in, when I was joint director of this organization, now I'm heading, in 2011, we have done the mutual recognition of NICEDT programs with the programs in the Taiwan, and also in Japan, Korea, and Singapore. We have such qualifications. So we have experience that how mutual recognitions are done, how the qualifications and job roles are mapped across the country. And I remember in 2011, we also signed a joint statement that there will be Asia Pacific Skill Foundation, so that we have a common certification and testing system for all the countries. And initial members, we thought of Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and India, with a rotating chair in 2011. But after that, I don't think anything happened into that. But it was signed by me and Dennis and other members, I remember. So NICEDT has a good experience of mutual qualifications, and we have our recognitions qualifications recognized in these 4 countries. So that was the genesis for the third panel, which we have decided. So that this way the whole conference has been designed today. So after the inauguration, we have very, very good panelists today, and I am hopeful that these discussions will really lead to creation of some very adaptable framework of mutual skilling, and maybe an Indian presidency will be able to propose this also with help of everyone here. So with all these words, I welcome you all here for this first conference on digital skilling. And I'm very happy to also announce that NICEDT is releasing the first journal, international journal on digital technology, and probably that is first in world on digital technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Friends, when we want to understand the importance of digital skilling, we can actually understand that by the time when the COVID was here, and post-COVID digitization has taken a pace, and if we don't walk with that pace, some other time the person may be left behind. So I would say that as an individual, this is our responsibility to match up to that pace and get that digital skilling, and as government and as the institutions like NICEDT, it's their responsibility to organize such platforms where we can interact about such subjects. But साथ दोनों का चाहिए, because हमेशा एक बात कही जाती है कि चलने को तो एक पाँव से भी चल रहे हैं लोग, चलने को तो एक पाँव से भी चल रहे हैं लोग, लेकिन दूसरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है. So we actually need to have hands in hand walk together to make this international conference on digital skilling a really successful one. With these words, now I would like to invite on the Additional Secretary of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir, for his address. Please welcome him with your round of applause.
Thank you so much. Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, Secretary MIT, Chief Guest of this first international conference by NICEDT, Shri Kalsi Saab, Dr. Maria, Pille Saab, and DG NICEDT Shri Tripathi ji. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Team NICEDT led by DG NICEDT for organizing this wonderful first international conference on digital skilling as guided by our Secretary Sir. For these 2 days, yesterday and today, and today's event being the lead event also for the G20 activities being carried out by the ministry. And the Digital Economy Working Group of G20, which starts from the 13th in Lucknow for 3 days, 13th to 15th. So this event will be part of those activities, and many of the speakers and participants will lead from here to Lucknow. Now coming back to the subject of skilling, I think most of us sitting here perceive skilling in quite a different manner, because digital skilling is different from what skilling is in other walks of life. In our country, skilling has never been really aspirational. Most of the times people have focused on the knowledge part of the education, and that is why the numbers in universities and colleges are increasing day by day. But if you look at the growth in the numbers in the vocational institutes, that is the ITIs and the polytechnics, you will find that number is dwindling. In fact, because of the efforts by the government during the last 8 years, the skilling ecosystem in the country has grown by leaps and bounds. Before that, I remember this used to be a number of around 1 or 1.2% of the working force being skilled only, and today we can boast of more than 20%, and we can now compare with the best of the countries in this regard in the world. So I think largely thanks to the initiatives of the Ministry of Skills, Ministry of Electronics, and so many other 22 ministries which have been doing various kinds of programs. Ministry of Electronics and IT has focused on the say wide range of aspects of skilling, not only the advanced skilling but also at the ground level on digital literacy. In fact, one of the biggest reasons why India has been able to cope up with the difficulties caused by the COVID times was because the ministry had been running a huge program of educating the masses. We run a program called PMG Disha, which is for the education of masses in the rural areas, and we have been able to train more than 60 million people in this. And we give them varying training from 2 hours to 2 days on the various aspects, how to use the mobile phones, how to use the internet, how to create an email, or how to go and visit a website. And this has led to a huge number in the country. I think now it is touching roughly 900 million people who are able to use the smart mobile phones, or they are able to access the internet. And that is one of the reasons why the digital payments has also grown at such a huge pace. But that's not true all across the world. There are many countries where there is a huge gap in the skilling, and that is why the world is today talking about the digital gap, the gap which is happening because there are people who know about these technologies, and there are people who are not able to access them or not able to use them, and that is why this digital divide is occurring. and it's very, very important to bridge this digital divide. And for that, we need to reach each and every person of the society. I must appreciate the efforts by the ministry and NICEDT. They have been able to train, I think, 8 million people over last 10 years? Yeah, 8 million people over last 10, 11 years. That's a huge number. And it ranges from basic skilling to upskilling, reskilling, and skilling on the advanced courses. So I just was going through the exhibition which is laid outside this hall, and I visited most of these stalls from the different NICEDT centers, and I was able to see what kind of activities are happening. One of the stalls which has come from the northeast, from Kohima, they are doing trainings on cyber forensics. So that's quite an interesting field. I was quite amazed at that. And the clientele is law enforcement agencies, and there are students also who are coming and taking these programs. At the other end, if I talk about the NICEDT Calicut Center, then the Calicut Center is doing designing of the boards, the systems, and they are designing chips on through the VLSI and other things. So that is the kind of spectrum you see what is happening in this ministry. I personally am sure that the future of the country as far as digital skilling is concerned is in very, very safe hands. And I'm sure many of you may be aware that we are running a program called Future Skills Prime, which is a program running in partnership with the industry. NICEDT and CDEC are also partner. This is being run by the ministry. The programs have been curated by the industry, and these are mostly for the people who are already working in the industry or just about to enter the industry. So I think 1.2 million people have already registered on this portal, and many of them are completing these courses. These are all online courses which are available. These are free courses. The only certification part is paid, and that is also reimbursed if you are able to complete in time. So I take this opportunity to call upon all of you to make use of these schemes, programs which are being run by the Government of India. We also especially take care of the weaker sections of society and run a lot of programs for them. And these are all free programs. No fees is charged, or in case some fees is charged, that is reimbursed for the certification also. So not taking too much of time because we have other dignitaries and luminaries on the dais whom we are going to listen after this. So what I am saying is that this conference is going to have various kinds of sessions, and through these sessions we are going to have deliberations on various aspects of the strategies on digital skilling. And I'm sure this conference is going to lead to development of various strategies which will help in the future of digital skilling. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to invite on our next dignitary for the keynote address. But before I invite him, I would like to read a little brief about him. He is the chairperson of our National Council of Vocational Education and Training. It is the National Skilling Regulator, NICEDT, Government of India. His previous roles include Chairman of Punjab State Police Complaints Authority, Additional CS, Home Affairs and Justice, Government of Punjab. He has a glorious career of 38 years in public service from 1984 to 2019, including 7 years in MHA, Government of India, 1 year in NTPC and 2 years as IRSC. Let me please also share that his special knowledge and expertise encompass areas like education and HRD sector, being chair of the committee of members from UGC, AICTE, NCERT, CBSE, NIOS and DOHE, DOSEL, Ministry of Education and MSDE as a non-executive member of the Board of Directors of Karma Yogi Bharat, Home Affairs and Justice and Information and Communication Technology and E-Governance sector. My dear friends, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi.
Nilkesh Sharma ji, Secretary MIT, Dr. Maria, CEO and Director UNESCO, Bhavesh Kumar ji, Additional Secretary MIT, Dr. M. Tripathi, DG NICEDT, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it's a great honor for me to be part of this international conference on digital skilling, which is being organized by NICEDT, International Conference on Communication, Electronics and Digital Technology. Now, this event holds significant importance in bringing together international delegates, senior government officials, academicians, students, industry representatives, and other eminent subject matter experts of the technology and skills ecosystem to deliberate and discuss the emerging opportunities and challenges to prepare strategy for developing global future-ready workforce. The conference, I am sure, will identify the emergent new age digital skill sets requirements, which is globally there, then develop upon the challenges of the global future-ready workforce and recognize global best practices, policy interventions, and replicable models for both supply and demand systems, facilitating fulfillment of digital skill gaps. Now, in the recent years, digital technologies have been driving force for greater productivity, efficiency, and innovation. Given its transformative potential, accelerating digital transformation across spectrum is a major focus area of India's G20 presidency and diplomatic outreach. Now, such transformation will encompass digital economy, digital finance, digital government, digital health, and digital education, including digital skilling. So digital technologies can also be harnessed in fighting against poverty and climate change. Against this backdrop, India can lead the way for showcasing its digital transformation success stories. Now, while the new technology trends led by the digital revolution have created new opportunities for individuals and businesses alike, it has also brought many new challenges. Rapid and widespread digitization has changed the nature of work, and digital skills are now regarded as the most essential tool for the youth and the modern workforce to succeed in this rapidly changing technology landscape. Now, digital skills refer to specific abilities and knowledge required to use digital tools and technologies, while digital skilling is the process of acquiring such skills, which is a continuous and evolving process. It enables individuals and organizations to improve their productivity and competitiveness to achieve their goals. The digital skilling covers a very wide range of skills, including basic computer hardware and software skills, internet and web technologies, mobile technologies, office productivity tools, programming, data analysis, digital marketing, project management, and most importantly, the cyber security. However, there exists a huge digital skill gap which became more apparent because of the accelerated technology adoption during and post-COVID-19 pandemic to effectively leverage virtual work and commerce. As digitization sped up to move many jobs online, the need for digital skills increased further. Now, emerging technologies have also accelerated the demand for digital skills. Now, it has been estimated that as much as $11.5 trillion cumulative GDP is at risk in G20 countries if the digital skill gap is not addressed immediately. Strengthening digital skills and competencies of their youth and workforce is therefore a priority area not only for India but for all the G20 countries. Now, this has necessitated a greater focus on digital skilling reskilling and upskilling strategies. However, effectiveness of these strategies for skilling the workforce depends upon many factors. Now, one of the three most important factors I would count is identification and addressing the current skill gaps for in-demand technologies, inclusiveness of skilling initiatives, and recognizing the potential of technologies in transformation of businesses and governments. So let me now touch upon some of the specific initiatives which has been taken by NCVT in this regard. Now, NCVT is a national skilling regulator, and as a skilling regulator, it is taking a multitude of steps in future skills, including digital skills, as well as international harmonization and equivalence of current and future job roles. So that is the basic role of NCVT. Now, this shall not only fulfill the demand for India, but also plug the global shortage of digital skill workforce. To make the workforce future ready in terms of future skills, a national skill qualification framework has been aligned for skilling, reskilling and upskilling in the higher level qualifications, especially in the emerging technology areas. Now, in this era of digitization and automation for making workforce industry 4.0 ready, more than 260 NSPF aligned courses and qualifications have been developed, including foundational skills in technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of Things, robotics, 5G technologies, mechatronics, cloud computing, blockchain, augmented, virtual and extended reality, cyber security, etc. And all other digital skills are combinations of these 10 technologies. The other important initiative is bringing flexibility and agility in the NSQF line courses. Now, for that, it is with the dynamic global industry need, which addresses that need, including focus on multi-skilling and cross-sectoral skilling. We also work on the national occupation standards, micro-credentials, base skilling, internship, apprenticeship in the new and emerging future skill areas. Now, under the National Education Policy 2020, which is a holistic and futuristic policy based on the foundational principle of access, equality, quality, affordability and accountability, a national credit framework, we call it NCRF in short, has been developed by India for embedding skilling into education at all levels while creditizing all learnings. Now, this document has now been approved by the government. Now, what this document does is that it allows creditization of all kinds of learning. You can have learning in 3 different areas, that is academics, skills and experiential learning. And whatever you learn in these 3 dimensions on x-axis, on y-axis or on z-axis can be combined together. Therefore, the higher order skills, higher level skills can also be utilized for obtaining a degree program. For a BTech degree, for example, you can have certain number of credits from the skilling area. So skilling has become an integral part and parcel of the education system, and same is also true for the school level. Now, NCRF is a meta framework for integrating education, skills and experiential learning for better international equivalence and mobility, as it provides a single point compatibility and equivalence. Also, digital skills have been included into every NSQF aligned qualification as an essential component of employability skills. Now, what we have done, we have about 5,800 qualifications approved so far, out of which about 4,000 qualifications are live. And for every qualification, we have added employability skills capsule of 30 hours, either 30 hours or 60 hours or 90 hours or 120 hours. And each one of these employability skills necessarily have a component of the digital skilling. That's part and parcel of that. It has digital literacy, it has financial literacy, legal literacy, it has inclusivity, inclusion and diversity. Similarly, it has all kinds of skills which are required for our youth for the international kind of job roles. Now, NCVT has developed and implemented the blended learning guidelines for vocational education, training and skilling ecosystem, which has potential to fundamentally transform learning and skilling, not only by equipping the youth with digital skills to work and be active citizen, but also by improving access to learning. Now, this blended learning, what it does, it allows you to obtain some of your credits online, even for skilling or even for academics. So primarily we have designed it for skilling. Now there are programs which can be 100% online, there are programs which could be 70% online or 50% online, but then certain programs where you need to have some kind of digital tools for assisting you. So depending upon the kind of skills you are acquiring, there is a mix of offline and online components, and that has been defined for each qualification. So during its G20 presidency, India will work jointly with partners towards achieving the objective to ensure that the benefit of digital transformation should not only be confined to a small part of human race. The focus on digital skilling will be an integral part of our overall theme of One Earth, One Family and One Future. Now I would like to add here that NICEDT has a very old history. NICEDT was earlier DOEC, and this is one of the earliest institution in India which started computer education, IT education, and now digital skilling. And the kind of programs they are designing and they are offering, I would say that they need to be at the level of UG, PG, and even PhD. And there are programs which are being taught, which are being integrated into higher level of education. And they are doing, fundamentally, they are doing outstanding work. All their qualifications, if you see, marvelous. And their international presence is also worth noticing. Some of their alumni, they are already living in various countries, performing very well, earning a name not only for themselves and NICEDT, but also for the country. So I wish them all the best. Thank you, LKSG. Under your leadership, MITE is doing wonderfully good work. The Future Skills Prime is an outstanding initiative, and I'm sure that we are going to take it forward and add more and more skills to it. And with this blended learning program, I think this will gain more importance and more meaning. And we would like Future Prime skills to be integrated with all the school education programs as well as in polytechnics and ITIs. So I'm looking forward to the address by Dr. Maria, and I'm really enthused to be part of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As sir has said that we all are looking forward to the address by Dr. Maria Razia. But before I invite her, I would like to introduce a little more about her, because we must need to understand that at UNESCO she has got a really, really important position to handle. She is the Chief Executive Officer and Director AI of SHS UNESCO. At UNESCO, she supervises, coordinates, steers and helps advance policy relevant work related to the social transformation, including the ethics of science and technology, in particular of artificial intelligence, the youth sport and anti-doping, inclusion, anti-racism and gender. Actually, I have got a lot more about her to read, but because she is going to be the panelist in our first session as well, so I'll be providing more detail at that time. So my dear friends, please welcome Dr. Maria Razia Squiccharini.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody, and it's really my great pleasure to be here. Allow me to thank Minister Kumar Sharma and Director Tripathi, as well as all the other dignitaries for having us today and for inviting UNESCO to be part of this very important event. I will try to have a very quick overview of which are the kind of skills that we seem to need for the digital era. And first of all, so if it moves, I want to take you through a bit of a journey of what we mean by the digital transformation. The digital transformation is a tale of many tales. And you said it before, there are many technologies and many aspects that we might need to look at. Some of them are easier to measure. For instance, we know very well how to measure hardware components or intermediate ICT. Oh, it went too fast. Okay. ICT goods. What's going on? The digital transformation is playing with us now. Let me go back. Okay. So we also know how to measure, for instance, e-sales by now, or how to identify ICT specialists. But for instance, we are working towards having a common understanding of how to measure the input and the output of artificial intelligence, or to measure the output and the value of platforms, for instance, and of course, big data, clouds, and the like. So by the time we talk about the digital transformation, we have to remember there are many components to it. And so why it is important to look at them? Again, explain with me. Because we need to understand the kind of skills, the kind of abilities we need not only to live, but to work and thrive in the digital era. We don't want to be passive takers of this transformation. We want to be active players in it. And then for that, we need to inform education, industry, labor, and skills and inclusion policies. So to start with, the extent to which the digital technologies and AI diffuse, of course, change depending on the kind of firms we are talking about, the kind also of the sectors that adopt or not AI and other digital skills. And also, we need to understand how to get, and we just discussed a bit, about how to get a digital skilled workforce. So this is really to inform innovation and industry policies. We also need to understand the way digital technologies and AI shape, consequently, the labor market. And this is important because we need to understand what people do on their jobs in order to be able to endow them with the skills needed to perform them well. And this is really important to inform industrial policies and also labor market policies, but also, and very importantly, to inform sustainability. We need to do it more, but we need to do it better. And we also have to understand and try and anticipate, because you don't create hard skills from day one to day two. So you can modify, and this, for instance, the capsule approach is a very important one and complements also other forms of training and education. But we need also to rely on the array of tools we have in our hands to form the skills for today and tomorrow, and this will inform training policies and education and foster inclusive policies. And you see on the slide how well all these goals align with the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is really a fundamental part of our policies. Now, why is this important? This is important also because this leads to be more performing. We do have evidence about the fact that both cognitive skills, that is, literacy, numeracy, and problem solving, as well as what we call task-based skills, that is, skills that are needed in order to perform certain type of tasks, actually do command, well, are really in high demand, and especially so by industries that have gone more digital. And we know that going more digital actually has a productivity premium, so it all leads to good and positive outcomes. But for that, we need a more skilled workforce, because this is what the market is looking for. And not only that, it's not only about the quantity of the demand, it's also about the quality of the human capital and how it is rewarded, which means basically you have better jobs. So we see that by the time we talk about, I think there is a delay between the, okay, now it's going. So by the time we look into how skills are rewarded, so the kind of salaries that are paid keeping other skills equal by the digital intensive sectors, we see that actually the digital intensive sectors are really serious about repaying these skills. So this means that people have better jobs and better paid jobs. So there is an investment done in terms of the skills, and this is a return both for the individuals and for society, because we are all better off. So this is very important. Now we also see that, and let's talk about one specific very important technology, that is artificial intelligence. Demand for AI workers is on the rise. Again, this is positive because we have, a lot of jobs that are demanded there. And actually, it's going up with time. So we see that in each and every country for which we manage to have data, the rise has been pretty spectacular over the last years. And if we had to have the last couple of years, you will see that even better. But what kind of skills do we really need, for instance, in terms of artificial intelligence? Well, of course, the tools of the work, in this case for artificial intelligence, is neural network, is at the center. You need the really hard technical skills to do this kind of jobs. But this is not sufficient. So we need a methodological, a kind of a core development type of skills that emerge. So this is actually from an analysis where we put all the skills that are demanded in a network, trying to understand in online job demands how they were looking together. So in a job offer, typically you get all the declination of what the employer is looking from the worker they want to hire. But also we see that it's important to be able to apply this knowledge. And another really important feature is that robotics, for instance, comes across as a very important part of the digital revolution. But we also see that we need support function. So it's not sufficient to develop the technology, etc., but it's also important to put it together. And we see that over time, these kind of skills are required more and more together. So the importance of vocational training, for instance, that we underlined before, to make our workforce ready for this era, this important era. And this is not sufficient. There is another aspect that I would like you to consider. And this to also see what has been changing over time, because to inform education and training policies, we need to see the changes. We need to know what we need to invest on as really staple and very fundamental part of our knowledge base, and what we have to mold around time because it becomes more or less important. And what you see here, for instance, is really the top 30 AI-related skills that are demanded in jobs. It's the components of social emotional skills. That is, I need to be able to code. I need to be able to program and take care of projects, but I need also creativity. I need problem solving. I need communication. Because these jobs are more and more performed in teams. So it is not sufficient to have the hard competencies. We need to be able to communicate, advance together, and face problems that we never faced before, which is the other fundamental part of the challenge that the digital era poses us. And of course, last but not least, we need to deal with the challenges posed by the new technologies, for instance, big data. How do we deal with them? How do we analyze them? So here, what you see is actually, by the time we look at the overall people, so the kind of the top profile the companies are looking for. What are they looking for? Well, actually, of course, again, people that will need to work in the digital era will need to have a solid array of technical skills. But they will also need to have a number of social-emotional skills, so, the communication we saw, the creativity, the ability to collaborate, because these are fundamental parts of the kind of profile that the digital era requires. And let me also underline that this is not really sufficient per se. That is, we are, and we are very proud to be working together with India in their G20 presidency, because if we want a future that looks like a better future, a more inclusive future, we also have to be aware of the ethical challenges that this new era poses to us all, risking to put at disadvantage people that are already at disadvantage and to become more divisive rather than inclusive. And this is why UNESCO was very proud to see its 193 member states adopt by acclamation the recommendation on the ethics of AI in the course of its 41st General Conference. And in the recommendation, there is a clear part about the skills we need for the digital era and for AI in particular. And we underline, of course, the hard skills in the recommendation, but we also underline the need to trigger a necessary awareness about the ethical challenges. And by the time we say ethical, we mean the respect of human rights and human dignity, so that by the time I construct some software, I make sure the data are representatives, that I'm not living outside, that I'm not discriminating against women, that I'm not creating divide in terms of the outcomes that this decision support technology gives us. And this is why we also encourage research initiatives on the responsible and ethical use of AI technologies, and this, of course, in teaching, trainer teaching, because we have to train the trainers that are a fundamental part of this fantastic transformation we are talking about, and the e-learning. So with this, I also would like to underline that we need to use AI, and this is also another thing that I'm proud to see that you're already doing, to use AI to reduce gaps. So the technology in itself can create, but can help solving the problem, can help, for instance, also solving gaps in terms of environmental challenges, because can help us identify solutions, can help reduce the gender divide. So we really look forward to having a workforce that contributes to it, leveraging on the technologies that the digital transformation shares with us, and with this, the endowment of the skills that we need to do this big transformation for the good of society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maria. And now, my dear friends, it's the time for the wisdom words from our chief guest. All of us know him very well, and absolutely I can say that he needs no introduction, but yes, कहा जाता है जो किताब आंखों के ज़्यादा नज़दीक होती है हम उसे पढ़ नहीं पाते हैं. So let me give a brief introduction about him. My dear friends, our chief guest today, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma. He is an Indian Administrative Services Officer of 1990 batch from Kerala cadre. Let me tell you that he has earlier served as Additional Secretary and Secretary in the Cabinet Secretariat Government of India. In addition to other responsibilities given to him, he was looking after the cabinet proposals of all infrastructure, economic, finance, industry, agriculture, and allied ministries of the central government. Let me please tell you that he has also worked as the CEO and MD of NICDC and the CEO of NICDIT. He was also the member of the task force on program management set up by Niti Aayog, Government of India. As Joint Secretary, let me tell you that he has held up the position there in Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, and he has also worked with the United Nations Development Programme for 3 years, from 2006 to 2009, as National Project Director, Urban Development and Poverty Alleviation. He has also worked as the MD of Kochi Metro Rail Limited and the Managing Director of Kerala Tourism Development Corporation as well. And here is a very important thing to know, that he has played a key role in branding and promoting Kerala tourism as God's own country. So my dear friend, from God's own country, we have, yes, I can call you the God man, sir. Please put your hands together for Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma.
Thank you. Good morning, friends. my senior colleague, Dr. Nirmaljit Singh Kalsi, Chairman of NCVET, Dr. Maria Gracia from UNESCO, my colleague Bhuvnesh Kumar, Additional Secretary, DG of NICEDT, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, Executive Director, Dr. M.P. Pillai, distinguished academicians, friends from Taiwan, UAE, other countries, young students, entrepreneurs, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege and an honor for me to be here this morning in this international conference on digital skilling. When I was talking to DG NICEDT, he was planning to organize some kind of a workshop. And then I said, why don't we scale it up and make it a truly international digital skilling conference? And I'm so happy that he lived up to the standard of NICEDT and has been able to set up this good team. I'm so happy when I see the list of all luminaries, academicians, speakers. Dr. Maria is here to advise us, and each one of you, I'm sure, this really has been a good conference. I think yesterday has been quite fantastic. The feedback given to me was that a lot of good suggestions have come in yesterday's conference, and I'm sure we'll be able to take it to the next level. As we know, the digital transformation journey world over has been very phenomenal in last 2 decades, and India's journey has also been equally phenomenal. The digital transformation for India has scripted, if I can say, a new chapter in the global scape when it comes to digital transformation. Our digital public platforms are some of the biggest at population scale, some of the best in terms of the way we have developed them, the way we have implemented those, and the difference between us and the West, the way we have developed digital technology, digital public platforms, is that while the West has been doing it, they have been largely tech company driven. They have been high cost digital platforms. India's example, India's story is that we developed our public platforms using public money. These have been developed as open source, open APIs, interoperable, open architecture, and we opened it up to the private sector. We opened it up to the startups. We opened it up to the students, that you come, you use your solutions, applications, whatever you want to do, you use this humongous set of data, use these platforms, and come out with beautiful solutions. And that is what our startups have done. That is what India's entrepreneurs have done. And that has helped us in being the third biggest startup ecosystem in the world, with 87,000 startups, 107 unicorns, $340 billion worth of development which has been done by the young startups. And many of you should also become one among them. So I think this is something which has led to this. But then digital technology has been changing. While it has been a driving force for productivity, efficiency and innovation in the economy, but the things are changing. Future of work would be changing as business and government seek to integrate technology in their operation and become more efficient and goal-oriented. Steady emergence and maturation of technology such as advanced robotics, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, blockchain, quantum computing, high-speed computing, all that is creating important tools for business to rely on. Technology is also changing modes of work and the way in which individuals and organizations access work, leading to a greater flexibility and talent mobility. The growth of hybrid and remote work, COVID-19 has actually done that, accelerated due to the pandemic, and it has given impetus to hiring digitally skilled talent across geographies. organizations are moving towards gig workers for technology roles, which traditionally were restricted to HR and support functions. Gig economy empowers individuals to work for any organization from any location. Sitting in Delhi, you can work for anybody sitting in South Africa. You can work for anyone in Australia. A person skilled in AI can work from anywhere to anywhere. I think that global deployment accelerates growth and enhances global prosperity. For a borderless economy, a mutual recognition of skill is also an imperative, and there is a need to identify future job roles and redevelop global occupation and qualification standards to be consistent across economies, across the nations. Digital skilling, upskilling, and reskilling are critical to maintain and expand persons' capabilities and employability to participate in the rapidly changing economy. Advancing digital economy needs both future-ready workforce and digital-ready citizens. Both have to be there. As a young nation with nearly 62% of its population in the working age group, that is 15 to 59 years, and more than 50% below 25 years, India has a great potential to drive growth on the back of its working age population. I think we have the so-called dividend, you know, and we should make good use of demographic dividend which we have. There is a global crisis for tech talent heightened by skill shortage. Team Lead has just come out with a report where they said that we will be needing 30 million skilled, digitally skilled manpower in next couple of years if we really are going the way we want India to go ahead. So this crisis has to be addressed. India is still better placed with demand-supply gap being around 21%, which is much below even advanced countries like USA, China, and UK. They have much wider gap than India has. By 2030, India's share in the total working hours using physical and manual skill is expected to decline, but the technological skills are going to go up. So that gives us a lot of scope, a lot of potential. I think you are all going to see a wonderful future. The next 25 years, which will be for the young population of India, I think you will be seeing an India which will be developed, which will be technologically advanced, which will be digitally advanced, and that is where you will have a role to play. You will be doing a lot of contribution to this economy. But if we look at what is happening world over, when we talk about digital skilling, we talk about digital connectivity, we talk about, there is still a large chunk of people, more than 2 billion, almost 3 billion people who don't have accessibility to internet. There is lack of accessibility, affordability, availability, accountability was mentioned. And they need that they should also be connected with the world at large. They should not be left behind. So this challenge of digital divide has to be bridged. We have to keep pace with constantly changing digital technology skills. We have to align our school education for a strong literacy and numeracy, creativity, problem solving, and critical thinking skills. We also have to have a paradigm shift from the current front-loaded education, from early childhood to youth learner to lifelong learning model for the whole population, because technology is evolving, it's constantly changing, and we should have these models where we continue to learn lifelong. We should establish the right kind of training programs, their affordability and incentives to participate. Recognize and integrate skill training, learning outcome acquired from non-formal means also. And I am so happy that Dr. Kalsi Saab has just shown me this framework, which will also help. It is not only about formal learning, but vocational skills, experience, all that will be counted towards credit. I think that's a great thing, and we must come out with system to integrate, to connect the disadvantaged sections of the society. And I think this is with this vision that when the Prime Minister started this Digital India program in 2015, he had only, and that was the vision which he gave to us, and that we must start with connectivity. And the whole focus was that not a single village, not a single person, even if he is living in the last habitat of the border, should be connected. The target is that in next 450 days, every citizen of India will be connected by some mode optical fiber, broadband, Wi-Fi, but they will all be digitally connected. That's the first target he has given, and we are going to achieve that. Second target was that we should also see that the device which is used for communicating, that cost of device has to be such that it is affordable. And if we look at, there was a time when we were importing mobile phones. Now India is a net exporter of mobile phones. So that is another thing where a lot of focus is happening. We are also looking at how we bring down the cost of a device, a mobile phone, a tablet, or a laptop or a desktop, to a level where everybody should be able to buy it. Third one was about the cost of data. In 2013-14, when the cost of data was almost 250 bucks a GB, today it is less than 10 rupees. Everyone, when you get up in the morning, I am sure you begin your day with a WhatsApp message. Either you must be getting something or you may be sending it to someone. And if you don't see any WhatsApp message, you must be quite disappointed. So your day begins with that. So that is the third one. And the fourth one, most important, was that we must inculcate, we must create a culture of digital first. That the whole idea of digital first, we should start thinking digital, and that is how the whole thing will start. On these four ideas we started, and a lot of things have happened. The six-pronged strategy which Government of India is adopting, right from creating a digital government, where the focus now is, as we move into the second phase of our digital program, the focus would be that we should move from a typical e-governance, where the solution architecture used to be, we used to work on solution architecture. We should move on to the digital governance, which will be a whole of government system and approach. We must also ensure that citizen services have to be end-to-end digitally driven. There should be minimum human interface, and that is our first target, that we will do that. We are coming out with a digital government policy. That will be the first policy. Second is about, in the digital government framework, we are coming out with a national data governance policy. The national data governance policy, as Dr. Maria also spoke about, the big data, the quality of data, the way we are functioning in different silos. We have to create standards, protocol, quality of metadata, data, and have a seamless integration of these data, so that the data is made available to you, academicians, researchers, startups, to come out with good solutions for the society, and for policymakers like us to make good decisions. So that's the second part. That's part of our digital government. The second, we are looking at digital connectivity. As I said, everybody will be connected. Third one is, we are going to create a 1 trillion digital economy by 2026, where the contribution will be of manufacturing, whether it is mobile, tablet, IT hardware, services, IT and IT-enabled services, e-commerce is going to play a big role. So 1 trillion digital economy, 20% of the India's economy will be digital, and you all will be contributing in that. The fourth pillar which we are looking at, that we must have modern laws which are as good or better than what other countries have done. We are coming out with a digital data, personal data protection law. We are coming out with Digital India Act. We are coming out with cyber security laws. They are in advanced stage of consultations. The whole idea is that these modern digital laws, on the one hand, while they protect privacy, they protect data of individuals, it should also lead to innovation, technology, development, and all that. Fourth pillar of that is that we must also look at technological advancement. That is our fifth pillar. Technology is going to drive the future. The way we are moving into artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, Web3, Metaverse, you talk about it, and India is doing something. We are the third largest artificial intelligence ecosystem in the world. Can you imagine? I don't know how many of you that we are the third largest. And India is the chair of Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence now. We are the global chair, global presidency. We have got it this year, and we'll continue for next 2 years. And in next 2 years, we must become #1 in artificial intelligence. And each one of you have a role to play there. And the most important, which I am talking now, is India has to become a talent nation. We must create talent which is not used only for India, but we must export talent to the whole world. While we are still doing a lot on IT services, we must have super academicians, experts who can talk about artificial intelligence, supercomputing, quantum communication, multiple things which are happening in the world, and India is doing a lot of research on that. So and skilling. We need so much of a skilled manpower for India, and the whole world is looking at India. I was talking to my counterpart in one of the developed European nation, and when we were talking about semiconductor, he said, I can set up a semiconductor, but then I need human resource. The design-linked ecosystem is in India. He has to get scientists from India. So that is what you have to create. We have to have a core competency on what we do, and we should take it. So talent is going to become the next gen competency of India, and we all must look at how we develop talent. A lot of suggestions have come from Dr. Kalsi, Dr. Maria, Dr. Tripathi, and Bhuvnesh. I think all those we have to incorporate, and that is how we will be taking it to the next level. I would just mention that MITEY, why we started small, but we have started a lot of things which are not small. The Future Skill Prime, which was mentioned by Dr. Kalsi and others, this is world's largest public-private partnership skilling program. World's largest, with $350 million which we are spending on that. We are starting a Chips to Startup program where we are going to train 85,000 chip designers at bachelor, master and PhD level. They will be exposed to entire chip design, fabrication, testing, both students and startups. That's again a huge number. We need so many people when our semiconductor mission is going to be implemented, when we'll have the companies who will come and set up their shops on fab manufacturing, on display systems, on compound semiconductors. We need these people. PhD program of Visvesvaraya, again, is a big initiative, and to ensure that even the person who does not have access to digital, a digital literacy program, PMG Disha was started. It is again world's largest digital literacy program. We have trained 67 million people in that, which is world's largest. So that every village, every family, every household who does not have access to digital, he has been trained so that he starts using digital for doing his day-to-day activity. He can have DPT transfer, he can access to some of these services, PM Kisan, and if he wants to do anything on downloading his Aadhaar or communicating with them, that kind of a literacy has been done. And NICEDT has, of course, been doing a lot of great work. They have trained almost 1 million people in last 10 million in last couple of years with 47 centers and 5,000 training partners. NICEDT has been playing a great role. So this is something which we must continue when it comes to skilling. I think in our pursuit of literacy, reskilling and skilling, it has become a fundamental pillar of a comprehensive digital strategy. Reskilling and upskilling strategy could be designed based on the extent of digital skill gaps in workforce. What can also make this strategy effective is ensuring the accessibility of these skills which I have mentioned. And of course, we talked about India G20 presidency. I think this is an opportunity to strengthen cooperation in digital skilling as a significant step towards an inclusive future of work. G20 members account for, as we know, 80% of world's GDP, 75% of trade, 60% of the population. So it's a big number, and we can do a lot of things together. MITEY, we are the nodal agency for G20 Digital Economy Working Group, in which digital skilling is one of the important components, and we are presenting India's stance in these working groups to negotiate on many issues of digital economy, so that we ensure that skilling is one of the important component of that. And then what we are going to promote is that we should look at how we can provide a common language across industry, academia and government to identify and describe the key area of digital competence. A common nodal point which we are suggesting will be in the form of a center of excellence, which may act as a repository of best practices of member states and guide member states on mutual recognition of skills. This is another step where we can go for institutional coordination. This institution may also provide G20 members with data-based analysis, insights, and context for progressing action to enhance talent mobility at collective and bilateral basis. An enabling mechanism for sharing of best practices in digital skilling initiatives of member states and guidelines on how a shared understanding of digital role and digital skills may be reached will enhance talent mobility both at collective and bilateral basis. I'm so happy that this 2 days conference, today is the second day, is really addressing most of these issues. I had a look at the agenda and the technical sessions which will take place. I think most of these issues are being addressed in a big way, and when I look at the list of experts, uh, practitioners, policy makers, I think your deliberations will help us in preparing a future roadmap for skilling for India. I'm indeed grateful, and I would like to congratulate NICEDT and the NICEDT team under Dr. Madan Tripathi for organizing such a good conference. And I would also like to thank him for inviting me, because I am the most illiterate person when it comes to digital skilling. But good you invited me to learn from my colleagues here. So I would like to thank you for that, and I would like to wish this conference all success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And really thank you for making us realize that how many milestones we have achieved and providing us a vision to achieve many more. But यहाँ पर मैं ज़रूर ये कहना चाहूँगी कि अभी ना पूछो कि मंजिल कहाँ है, अभी ना पूछो कि मंजिल कहाँ है, अभी तो बस चलने का इरादा ही किया है, ना हारे हैं ना हारेंगे कभी, ये किसी और से नहीं, हमने खुद से वादा किया है. And the day we promise ourselves, I think it makes all the difference. My dear friends, as you can see that we have got that beautifully wrapped International Journal of Digital Technologies over here. So I would like to request our chief guest to kindly unveil this, and I'll request the dignitaries also to please join us for this unveiling of International Journal of Digital Technologies. So as respected DG has already mentioned in his address that this is first ever International Journal of Digital Technologies, so it really deserves a highly round of applause from your side. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to request the Executive Director of NICEDT Calicut, Dr. M.P. Pillai, for the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for his welcome. So before the vote of thanks, we have a little round of felicitation for our dignitaries over here. So I would like to request a DG sir to please present this memento firstly to our chief guest, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma sir. So may we please have the memento on the stage. Here is a small felicitation from our side as a mark of thanks for becoming a part of this international conference on digital skilling. And as this is the first international conference on digital skilling, so as requested by Alkesh sir as well, that firstly we would like to felicitate Dr. Maria Razia. Please put your hands together for her. You know, plants are the one who knows the trick of growing up without growing old. So we hope same for you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being a part of this international conference. Now here is the felicitation to our dignitaries on the stage. To Kalsi sir. Sir, this is a mark of remembrance from our side to you. Yes, with the plant, we have the mark of remembrance. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in this international conference. It's a token of love from our side, sir. And yes, of course, now it's the gratification towards our chief guest, Sri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in this international conference. And now I request Dr. M.P. Pillai to please present the vote of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries on stage, off stage, distinguished guests, speakers, panelists and invitees, participants, my dear colleagues, a very good morning to you all. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose vote of thanks in this special occasion of NICEDT. First of all, on behalf of the management and organizing committee of this conference, I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our chief guest, Sri Alkesh Kumarji, Secretary MIT, also the Executive Vice Chairman of NICEDT. In fact, this event is his brainchild. Hope we made it to your expectations, sir. We are really inspired by your talk, and NICEDT will continue to contribute to achieve the talent nation. And also under the semiconductor initiative, and to support the semiconductor ecosystem, particularly in capacity building, we have taken many initiatives under your aggressive support. In fact, MIT has included us under the C2S program, and in fact, we have created a first time in the nation facility to remotely train, access the hardware. That facility is waiting for your gracious inauguration. So that is in that facility, a student sitting anywhere in the world can access and get his experiment done in the hardware. That's a very unique facility with support from MIT we could create. We'll be shortly inaugurating that facility. Thanks, sir, for all your continued support and guidance. And our sincere thanks to Sri Bhuvanesh Kumarji and Cell Secretary MIT and HOD HRD in the additional charge of HRD to grace the occasion here. Thanks for your appreciation regarding our program from very low level end technologies to high-end technology you mentioned, like cyber forensics to chip design and other thing. We are also into in the capacity side also. We do very low-end program, IT literacy to even PhD programs are conducted in some of our centers like Aurangabad and Calicut. This is very unique, and also this is the only organization, to best of my knowledge, doing both formal and non-formal. The flexibility in the formal, non-formal program, we exploited to launch program. Every 6 months we offer new program, depends upon the university industry requirements. That is flexibility we got through our non-formal program. Now that we were missing in the formal program also, we wanted to do it, but it was not possible because of restriction, various regulatory issues. So with the vision, with the support of MIT, we are now going for a university status. And with the guidance of all your and our DG's initiative, we will be getting the university status shortly. With that status, we will be able to launch formal program also unique at par with the industry requirement time to time. So thank you, sir, for all your guidance and support. And Dr. Nirmaljit Singh, Chairman in CVT, we notice your points. We will certainly make efforts to implement your suggestions. Thanks for joining with us and grace the occasion. Also, I wanted to tell in the August forum that NSQF, when it was initially launched, our team has made maximum courses under NSQF aligned in IACT. And we were the first to conduct announce NSQF aligned programs. Now, all our programs, our DG has made it mandatory to launch only NSQF aligned program, get it aligned. We faced a lot of issues with there. Initially, there were no job roles available in certain areas. These certain areas were new to us, new to for the industries also. The problem we faced getting the industry recognition. I think Rajneesh is here. We have great efforts we have put to get maximum courses aligned under NSQF. Now, I would like to say maximum all the courses conducted across NICEDT centers are NSQF aligned. Thank you very much for the support we received from NSQF team, and that time it is the EST team. And Dr. Maria Gracia, CEO Director and Artificial Intelligence, very interesting and informative presentation, madam. And see, in this AI area, we have been conducting many programs under, we are part of the Future Skill program. Many of our NICEDT centers, at least 3 centers are doing under Artificial Intelligence program. We conduct small programs of 2 weeks to 4 months program to support the engineering college students, and we get a lot of participation in these programs. These programs were conducted both online mode and offline mode also. So we will ever remain grateful to you, madam, And we thank you for being with us, and we are going to listen to you during the panel discussion also. There are more 15 experts from India and abroad consented to participate in the panel discussion, which is going to follow shortly after this inaugural session. Many of them are here during the inaugural session also. Sorry, due to time limit, I cannot take everyone's name personally. On behalf of organizing committee, we express our gratitude. Thanks for accepting our invitation without any hesitation and traveled long distance to joining us. Thank you all. Our sincere thanks to major sponsors. This kind of programs are not possible without support, generous support from various organizations, particularly MITE. They are our parent organization, and the STPI, ERNet representatives are here. A special thanks to all these organizations, NICSI, NICSI, they are all the supporters for this organization. Also, we gratefully acknowledge support received from some industries, Next Techno, Cube 10, and IMSIT and others. I'm not able to take everyone's name. I sincerely thank on behalf of the management, all those who have supported us. It would not have been possible to organize such program, such a mega event, without their support. So, in fact, we have been planning to organize an international conference ever since he joined as a DG. Then later on, with the discussion with the secretary, we converted this into 2 days event, 1 day on digital technologies and second day on digital skilling. In fact, we missed it. This is more appropriate for NICEDT. We are more into skilling. So digital technologies, and also we could bring out this IJDT first time. There is no journal as per our search, no such journals are available in the world. We are going to be the first digital technologies journal introducer. And thanks our DG for all his support and motivation, as well as instant approvals for all our proposals. That's very important. We would also like to thank the entire administration and finance team headed by Sheetal Chopra and Ram Prakash Ponte, for the CFO and registrar. Thanks for all your support and kind cooperation and timely approvals. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. So the wheel started rolling long back. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated committees and colleagues from NICEDT headquarters as well as across NICEDT centers. The technology has helped us to interact on every day basis through online meeting reviews by DG. Thanks to you all for your support and for all your participation. A large number of NICEDT colleagues from the different centers have come. Thanks for all your participation. Special thanks to Dr. Jayendra Singh, ED Guwahati, who has taken pain to do all these things, and Mr. Partha Adhikari, NICEDT, for their tireless effort to make the arrangement and execute the plans in time. I'd like to place on record, without their dedication and involvement, this would not have been possible. So let us, last not but least, our sincere thanks to the media representatives, participants, and all those who are present. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, I would like to tell you all that after this inaugural session, we are going to have a 20 minutes break for the tea. But yes, after that, we are going to have the panel discussions. So I really look forward to have you people back here in the auditorium for the session. So firstly, I would like to thank our dignitaries for joining us in this inaugural session and making this wonderful and memorable. Thanks a lot. Let's have a round of applause for them. Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to invite the dignitaries for a cup of tea with us. Please join us for a cup of tea, sir. Thank you so much. And I request you all, please let the dignitaries may move out of the auditorium, and after that we all may move towards the high tea. Thank you so much. Please enjoy.
Thank you for the introductions. Good afternoon and welcome everyone in the hall. It's a privilege to be here, and we are about to start the first panel, and that is on mutual recognition frameworks for digital skills. Mutual recognition framework for the skills, and how I would like to do this thing, I would introduce each of my panelists as I go with them with the questions. Idea is that this mutual recognition framework, which is a very policy intensive and has many connotations of it, this will be broken into the various pieces so that it will be easily understood by the job seekers, job providers, and the trainers. I think they make the largest component of the audience here, and we have few job, we have the government persons also. I would like to just to break it into the pieces, I would like to share some context for the ease of understanding of it. The mutual recognition framework is basically to equip the talent to know that how the qualifications, how the skills, how the experience can be recognized across the various stakeholders. Whether the different stakeholders, when we say different stakeholders, one is the job seeker, the students, learners, workforce. Second one are the skilling institutes. Third one are the job creators. And fourth is the government. These four stakeholders should be able to talk to in the common language, and they should be able to contribute towards the advancement of the economy. Now, who looks for the cross-border, who looks for the talent actually? The one is, who is looking for the talent? Talent is being looked after by the institutions, skilling educational institutions, because they have the better talent, they will be able to deliver better. Second one is by the employers. Third one is the countries with active skilled human resource based immigration plan. And at individual level, what are the drivers for mobility? Any individual first look after the training and education opportunities. Second, he looks after the employment and occupation opportunities. And third, he looks after the geographical migration opportunities, if it is available. So this is the context on which mutual recognition framework for the skills depends upon. In order to put the current way how the things are being done in India, I would like to start with my first panelist, Mr. Nirmaljit Singh Kalsi. He has long and illustrious career in Indian Service Services, and he is presently chairperson of the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, NCVT. NCVT, as you all know, is the overarching regulator for long and short-term trainings in India. Sir, from your long and illustrious career in this domain, human resource and skill development and others, I would like to know, sir, that what should be the approach, what should be the principles which actually to establish the equivalency part of the recognition of skills, experience, and qualifications?
Excellent question. See, when we talk about equivalence, first of all, we must understand that we are talking about the same thing. So we must have a common definition of skills and qualifications. That is called skill taxonomy. So there has to be a common skill taxonomy which must be understood by all stakeholders, by all countries who are part of that ecosystem. Second is that for any particular job role, there has to be a common understanding about the learning outcomes which are to be achieved to get that job. It is not the qualification, it is the learning outcome which is more important. And these learning outcome, it has number of skills and competencies which are acquired as a result of undergoing a particular training program, of course subject to assessment, and that assessment criteria will have to be specified in great detail. Then when I talk about the level, there are 8 levels which have been prescribed in the European framework, and India is following the same. India also has same levels of 1 to 8. Whether you talk about skills, whether you talk about academics, we have level 1 to 8. So you have to specify as to which particular level this job role is assigned to. Whether this is level 4.5 level job or level 5 job or level 6 job. And these levels are to be qualified with respect to level descriptors. So there are very clear level descriptors which are commonly understood by all the member countries. And once you have achieved those levels, you have to have those level descriptors satisfied. And these level descriptors, we have kept 5 dimensions to that. That is professional and theoretical knowledge, that is first dimension. Then professional and technical skills, second dimension. Then employment readiness skills, including aptitude and mindsets. Then broad learning outcomes and responsibility. So these are the 5 components of the level descriptor. Similarly, one has to have the credit points. Once you have understanding about the skill taxonomy, once you have understanding about the learning outcomes at the level at which the learning outcomes have been achieved, then you talk about credit points. And credit points will have to be same. And then a transparent and efficient process for addressing the skill and competency gaps, if any, between 2 countries. If there are gaps, how you plan to address those gaps to achieve that harmonization. And then one has to establish a very effective communication and collaboration protocol between the countries and stakeholders for achieving the purpose which I've just explained. So that's the broad framework around which we'll have to work around. And if we work around, I don't see any difficulty in establishing equivalence between courses.
Hello. Yeah. Sir, what you explained, that tells that about the designing part of our educational system or training system. We have all the specifications, these are the parts, and part by part we can match between 2 countries and it will establish the equivalence of the qualifications. But sir, mutual recognition framework, the topic of discussion today, goes towards this thing, that how it can help enable into the talent pooling and talent mobility part. And when we say talent mobility, there are 2 aspects of it. One is the talent mobility within the country. You might, for the knowledge of the audience, you might not be facing this thing in India. You might not be aware of this thing, that talent mobility has an issue in India. But countries like Australia suffered from it a lot. Within the states, the talent mobility was restricted prior to mid-90s, when they actually took the steps to do that. Means if you get an education in one state, you are not able to get employed and altogether practice the same kind of profession in other state. This is all with the pre-digital skills economy and those kind of things. But what I'm saying is that in digital skills, the cross-border sourcing, cross-border employment is taking a huge scale. And whole digital economy of future lies into that. So going beyond the mere equivalence of the qualifications, how learning outcomes can be established for the experienced persons, can be established for the people who are looking for geographical and occupational migration, as well as it is not only one-way outward migration, it is a return migration also. Let's say I went to America and now my kid has studied there, but now the whole family is coming back to India. My kids' American qualifications will be recognized in India or not. That is the part of it. And it cannot be solely on the equivalence part of it. One question is this. So can you elaborate on that? How it is being taken care at the NCVT right now?
See, this is internationalization. We call it internationalization of qualification framework. That is what we are working on. All the international qualifications, they work, especially the skill qualification, they work on the basis of the NOSIS, that is National Occupation Standards. And again, National Occupation Standards, the basic is the learning outcome. So they match learning outcome wise. And two countries, they sit down together, they want to match two qualifications, they will see what kind of outcomes are achieved at what levels after going through this qualification, and if there are gaps, how those gaps are to be addressed. So that is how we move, and we sign multilateral agreements as well as we sign bilateral agreements. But the process is this only. There is no other process.
Okay, thank you, sir. With this with this knowledge in our available to us, now I will approach our second panelist, Mr. Dr. Dennis Hu. Dr. Dennis Hu is President of Foundation for Commerce and Cultural Interchange, FCCI Taiwan. And we all know that Taiwan is world superpower in electronics manufacturing. Electronics manufacturing, that also on the basis of the SMEs, not on the basis of global corporates and that kind of thing. The country is known for the strength of their SMEs. And President Dr. Dennis Hu has been associated with promotion of several business and industrial cooperation programs. He works as a industry body member. He works with the skill development skill foundation there, and he has been instrumental behind various agreements promoting this equivalence plus promoting the talent mobility between the countries and others. As Dr. Kalsi was saying that equivalence of qualification. Now, we would like to know from Dr. Dennis Hu is that this FCCI has more than a decade-long MOU with NICEDT on equivalence of computer courses. I would like to know from him that this equivalence was established on the basis of NOS protocols and all those kind of things. How much it has resulted actually into the talent mobility, either for the education purpose or for the job purposes. And what is his experience with the other countries also? And does it automatically lead and address this problem in the domain of digital skills, where the job creators and job seekers are not in the same physical locations? And they cannot be treated and restricted and registration requirements as earlier it was happening with the other kind of courses. Like you know that how the chartered accountants go for the practicing in other countries, doctors go for the other countries. So digital skills are offering a different kind of a challenge. This is very important information for all the students who are going to be entrepreneur and job seekers. Sir, please. I think I spoke along, but you know the perspective.
Okay, thank you for asking me this question. I think first I would like to say that we are from 100% industry, not academia, but we are a platform to bridge in the industry, government, and academia. So the first answer is not for academia certificate or qualification, especially for job, employee. Okay, so first question, I answer that. I think our young talent will be very happy to know that there are a lot of the job opportunity or employment by the Taiwan ICT industry globally, especially nowadays we have a lot of the company investing in India, like a Pegatron, Foxconn. Well, I think India is a large country. Maybe they are widespread across the India, I think. But take the advantage of the state-of-art ICT technology. Anywhere you can work. So we say not work in Taiwan. We say work with Taiwan. In India, you can work with the Taiwan company. Okay, I think this one. So back to 2011, I have the pleasure to link Naili, Dr. Tripathi, with the Taiwan Major Computer Skills Foundation. That foundation is established in 1989. Actually, it's a long time. Right now, I just received a new record. They got 9.5 million test takers accumulated, the data. And they got a spread at a testing site in Taiwan, over 500 testing sites in Taiwan. And I think back to 2011, we have in fact, FCCI is a platform to link for cooperation, international cooperation with Taiwan, with like industry. What I mean industry, the ICT industry. We are not doing the agriculture industry, okay? ICT industry. So back to that, 2011, so I have the pleasure to link with the Dr. Party, with the Computer Skills Foundation to sign a MOU. And in the last 10 years, I think a lot of the new technology is very different than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we don't have like IoT or like 5G or big data, blockchain. We don't have that one. And even cybersecurity at that time is not the main issue at that time. But nowadays, we found out that maybe we should go to explore some new item for cooperation in the future. So as you mentioned that, so some from my past experience that for the international cooperation, especially in cross-border mutual recognition of the certification, or you can say vocational training, that kind of things. I think several issues, what I found out is that I just, Dr. Kelsey mentioned, I just write down something. Okay, so the first one, I think different countries, you have to see that the different countries they got a different standard, different situation. Some countries, maybe they are very advanced. In fact, we have the cooperation with like India, with Korea, with Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and Myanmar. Okay, but you can see the different country, the need, the requirement is different. When you stay in India, you got a same standard here. But if you do the cross-border cooperation, you have to consider different country, different development, so different needs. Okay, so the first issue is the different country is that they needed a skill requirement and the need, and the business development is different. So that's why I see a lot of the young talent people in India. The same, I think if you consider about, as you mentioned, that some workforce for Taiwan company, you have to see your skills certificate or your skill training is to fit the Taiwan companies, their requirement. And also that's why very important about the mutual recognition, about a certificate, because in Taiwan company, they don't know about what's the standard about the India certificate. Okay. The second one is that the industry trend and some their development needed to be studied first. Give you an example. When I go to Australia, the Australia is not, maybe we don't have an Australian friend here, okay? Australia is not very good in manufacturing about electronics, but they are good in some startups. They're good in some advanced technology development. So in that part, we have another certification, some kind of cooperation there. Therefore, I think it's very important. The issue is that you have to do some study and some communication and the coordination together. It's a kind of you can say, complex job, but it's also a simple job. Why I say the complex job? It needs a lot of the communication, benchmark, to discuss. So you need a lot of the coordination. So it's a complex job. What I say is a simple job. It's not a sophisticated R&D development. It's need to take the action. It's just not, aside from the MOU, we need to take the action to do the communication, sit down and allocate a budget to do the communication, coordination. Therefore, it's very important. We needed a consistent and a constant workforce behind the scene to back up the program. So that's what several think I like that. Okay, I'll just stop here. Otherwise, all my time. Okay.
No, not an issue, not an issue. But one aspect, if you can add on, against the background of that 10-year-old NICEDT and TCA MOU, is there any data has been kept that how much talent mobility has taken place? And second thing is that from this point of view, that suppose if an equivalency of education has been, qualification has been established, but is it okay for the students or youth who is going for that skill education, or he want to know also about the availability of the jobs related to that in that country, opportunities and all these kind of things. This kind of a data should be made available whenever we are talking about a mutual recognition framework, because recognition only equivalency will not enable the talent mobility, talent pooling just in that way.
You just give me a very difficult answer, a difficult question, that one. You know, in fact, to 100% industry organization like us, we cannot, I don't say we cannot, we are very difficult to keep the tracking about, you know, the young talent, where do they work, or where, you know, mobility like that one. Usually it's take like some like, I think if you got a like government authority, maybe you can you know, get those data accumulated, that one. But however, we still do some study, some research on that. What we did, okay, I tell you what we did is we cooperate with some big company like Pegatron, like a Foxconn. When they come to us, say, hey, I want to hire, for give you an example, if they say, I want to hire some engineer from India, so we will help them to figure out some of the people, some of the young talent in India, and introduce to them, okay? Introduce to them, and they will give some of the tracking records. So that's why we can accumulate the data like that, in that way. But not the compulsory, that one, okay? But to the government, maybe to the government they can track, you know, because it's by law, okay? And otherwise, if you talk about like a young talent, they talk about some of the skills. I would like to say like that. For cross-border, as you say, mobility to work for overseas for other countries, the mutual recognition of the certificate is one thing, okay, but not complete, okay, not complete. I always say you have to think about if you work for other countries, like in Taiwan, or like Australian friend, they work for Taiwan company, or Taiwan company they have somebody there. They will ask 3 factors. They will consider 3 factors. ASK, I always say ask. What's ask? ASK. Skill is S. Okay? So we are just talking about skill. But usually that's involved, if you cross-border employment is considered ASK as well. A, attitude. S, skill. K, knowledge. So I always say it's a ASK, ask. So if you are, if young talent, if you want to find some employment opportunity with Taiwan, usually the Taiwan company they will check about it, ask. So that's involved about the culture and some, you can say some value like that. Okay, for some of the reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Denisu. And actually, with this, we have come to know that mere equivalence plus information about the job opportunities availability plus information on one kind of skills and degrees have been made equivalent. All these things should be available to the talent. And after that, the talent, the individual will be in a much more mature manner, will be able to decide that, okay, here I can move, I can do these things. With this background from the administrative side and from the industry perspective side, and what are these things, I'm moving to Dr. Maria Grazia. Dr. Maria Grazia has a very unique position She is with the UNICEF, and she is very active in the artificial intelligence and cutting edge technologies, developing the new tools, new methods to identify and measure the changes in the artificial intelligence domain and other cutting edge technologies. And personally, I have seen more than 60 papers where she is involved. And this is not a small thing. Like if I say that what is the deep learning in a particular way for this kind of thing, what is the technology requirement is coming, what is the skill requirement is coming. Definitely this technology are the proprietary technologies being invented by the product technology companies sitting at, you know that what type of countries, USA, Europe and others. And not necessarily talent is available, that level of talent is available locally. Talent might be in India, talent might be available in Myanmar or somewhere. So I want to know, ma'am, from you, my question is that what are the means or trends you are seeing from the industry, technology leaders' point of view, that how they are hiring or sourcing the talent? It is not necessarily coming through the formal skilling instruments, which we have talked about so far. It might be that a doctor is getting hired into artificial intelligence because he has those kind of skills and those kind of language, and he might have acquired it from the informal means. The question is that I would like to that what kind of industry is hiring, industry is recognizing that skill, and industry is hiring, how they are assessing. That is the question.
Thank you. So in so much as I like our colleagues from UNICEF, I'm from UNESCO. So let's just me point out this, because actually, but we take care in a subsequent kind of fashion from kids to youth, and this is really about getting people onto the labor market. So let me perhaps do a step back and then respond to the issue on the industry, because actually the kind of initiative we are discussing today, the certification, addresses a very much felt need of the industry. That is how to access a talent pool that might not be in the same place. So you need certain skills for people to perform a number of tasks that the kind of production you have requires, and it's not a given that you might have it in the same country, or perhaps the excellence is not in the same place where you're looking for. So let me and you did a very important question, that is, how do we recognize it? Well, this is a non-trivial problem, because actually this is very well known. I mean, nobody's perfect. I'm an economist as a background, so not an engineer. And there is a whole field of study which is called the search and matching literature that actually deals with this very problem, which has a kind of a funny name, that is the market for lemons. That is, you try to eat a very juicy orange, that is the skills you're looking for, because you need them for your production, and all of a sudden, the person you hire doesn't have the skills that you require, which means this impinges upon two things. First of all, the person, of course, will not be up to the task, so that might lead to layoffs, but in terms of the company, that leads to productivity decrease and impossibility to deliver on the objective. So it is a kind of a sour result for everybody. And this is why the recognition of skills is very important. And it's also important for another reason. First of all is to try and have an understanding of really what you need. So, as we said, it is important to unpack the jobs in set of tasks. So on your job, every day, you need to do a number of things, from taking care of the planning, if you're in a managerial role, to taking, for instance, care of the real production, if you're in a production role. And what we are seeing, and all the analysis that we see around the world point to the same direction. The new jobs that arise, and we have to try and be future-ready, future-proof, are actually a very big recombination of tasks, which means some of the tasks that can be automated will be at a certain point. Sooner or later, depending on how fast or slow companies are in adopting and developing, for instance, technology that are digital. Those that are not automatable, that require creativity, that require cognitive thinking, that require ability to learn, will be actually redistributed, and we see it already, in new jobs. But the beauty of this going down to the tasks and the skills that are required for actually the task itself is that you can then recombine the training, the education. So then the education and training becomes a life journey, and for that, of course, then you need a number of training methodologies that enable people to learn over the course of life, because let's not be mistaken about the ability of learning. It's true that everybody can learn, but by the time we age, and I mean, I have my own signal towards that, you are slower in learning and perhaps more used to follow your stream of thoughts in the way you believe it's right. So shaping the behavior, shaping the knowledge of people that are farther up in age is relatively more complicated than instilling a number of fundamental concepts in the mind of the young, and the relatively young even more. So this is really an important thing that this certification mechanism tries to get at, that is helping the match on the labor market about what companies need and what are the skills that are available and how to access that. Now, the beauty of the digital technology is that when we talk about mobility, it doesn't need to be physical. So this is a very big change compared to before. Before, if you needed an engineer from India, you had to fly that engineer to wherever, I'm Italian, to Italy. Now you don't need, because through the platforms, through different modalities of work, you can access the talent pool, not only in remote, but again, going back to the tasks, in a task-based fashion. I don't need, for instance, if I know you're a fantastic moderator, but for the kind of job I need to do, I need someone to moderate and manage, I can take half, try to hire you on part-time, and then the other part-time goes and looks for another person that has his excellent skills on management. Now, how do I do that, and why it is important to have a certification mechanism, is to help me selecting the right person on the labor market with those skills. Now, this is non-trivial, and we know that there have been many attempts around the world, so I really commend the effort that India is doing in this respect, because what is perhaps easier to achieve is a quasi-equivalence around the world, rather than an exact equivalence. And the reason is that our courses have developed also for historical reasons in different ways, and also the combination of the very modules might be different. So moving towards quasi-equivalence already solves the problem of the market for lemons, which means I know Maria Grazia is skilled in microeconometrics, perhaps not identically as an engineer from India, but I can live with that. And then it helps also solving the problem, and this is also something that is important to consider, having a kind of attestation that really Maria Grazia has the PhD she claims to have. So being able to have an exchange on certification that helps us verifying that a certain person, and this is what you were saying, actually is indeed endowed with a certain set of skills because has been certified. And this is actually, I think, the key to solving a global challenge. AI, digital technologies are global by nature. They don't know boundaries. And we cannot have a solution to a problem that is country-based or region-based. It has to be a global solution, and this is where we need the collaboration of everybody, and including, for instance, starting from the G20.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a lot on how the whole skilling profession is changing, the job of skilling. Future of skills as well as future of jobs, both are dynamic, and challenges are non-linear. Non-linear challenges, you might have seen the earlier presentation by the Miss Maria Grazia, where she was saying the artificial intelligence graph is going like this. I think the future of jobs and future of skills, the challenges are also growing like that. But again, I will be persistent asking in this thing, how the technology leaders in developed countries, India, we are strong as technology integrators, not technology creators. And there are multiple countries, every society which you are referring, that will be technology adopters, whether they like it or hate it. So technology creator is looking for cutting-edge talent, and which is not available locally. And there, the talent mobility, not every talent can work on remote basis in those domains, artificial intelligence. Do you have any insight or any experience? Because we want to learn, this will be a new thing for all of us here. If you have.
Yeah, so there is a lot of evidence. We are building the evidence, we are extracting the evidence from, for instance, online job platforms, right? So it is fundamental, for instance, to craft the job posting in the right way. It has to be appealing. There is a mechanism which is technically called the self-selection into the labor market. That is, what you actually need to do when you advertise a job is to make it appealing to the best candidate you're trying to reach, and to use, so to convey this call for, proposals kind of, through the right platform. So it is fundamental to have a package that is attractive to get the best talent. It is fundamental to depict the kind of job you have in the right way, because this will actually call for the right talent to be attracted by it. Channels through actually the channels, whether online, offline, through mouse, because still, as far as it might be, might seem weird, but referral by someone you trust is fundamental. So the importance of networks, physical and digital, is key, because if I know some recruiter has a very good reputation and they're opening for a massive amount of jobs, that's the moment in which all the talent around the world, if rightly posted online, if rightly communicated, will be looking at those job postings. And there is another thing. We know that the best jobs, there is evidence, plenty of evidence, are better paid. So already there is this other component. Now what we also see is the very language that needs to be used in order to convey the same idea. Because these days, for instance, and we have also the evidence about that, an important component of attractive jobs, and this is how the best companies manage to get the best human capital, is in the package. It's not only about the money. What we are seeing, for instance, that this is the first time in history compared to previous, let's say, general purpose technologies that have developed. In terms of AI, you see many of the scientists are working for companies, but they're also remaining in universities, because we understand, and companies understand, the importance of generating the next wave of experts. Because if you take all the experts out of universities and you bring into the companies, where typically you tend to have proprietary type of knowledge and non-disclosure type of clauses, you won't have the wave number 2 of the experts you need. And actually we all heard today, and this is a common problem, we need more and more of these skilled people. So these are the components that make a job attractive, and this is the way in which companies that are leading are identifying the best talents around the world. Evidently still mismatch, that is inaccurate, let's say, sometimes people that are not really the best suited for the job actually get the job. But then you have also, the typical mechanisms on the labor market, whether you can adjust. And then, of course, in this case, let's face it, bigger companies have an advantage, that is, with the sheer amount of tasks and job roles they have, it's easier to mobilize people to perfect the match inside the company. It becomes a bit more challenging for the smaller firms, where you need a certain person really to take care of a relatively big share of the function, and therefore mistakes in the hiring might be more costly.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, now I'm moving to Dr. Yahya Al-Marzouki. He's from United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi specifically, and he's Executive Director, Advisory Unit, Tawajjun Council. This Tawajjun Council is responsible in UAE for all the defense-related and security-related acquisitions and developing the indigenous capacity for the integration, advancement, and all the, that Make in India, that kind of a thing. That yes, we might be acquiring the knowledge, gadgets, and all these things from the outside, but how we can now bring our own people, our own industry at par with them. And for that, also the background is that Middle East countries, they have been traditionally at the forefront of sourcing various kinds of skilled workforce from all over the world. And I think Indian diaspora is the biggest one there. So now the talent, sir, my question is this, that how this talent sourcing from outside, the talent mobility, because you have much more developed system for the SS skills, how the employers used to tell you that we are in need of these kind of human resources, and government allows that because it's a much bigger scale there. But now how the talent is going beyond merely sourcing the workforce. You might be sourcing entrepreneurs also. Now you might be sourcing the students for the learning opportunities at your world-class institutions also. So please share some.
Well, thank you very much. Allow me if I can contextualize the notion around the educations. We used to make a lot of decisions based on the opinion. there wasn't enough repository of data that we can rely on and we can make an informed decision. So we have been collecting data. So we want to find out where is data is pointing. You know, opinion is good, gut feeling is good. I'm not denying that. But when we look at our educational system, we found that when people leave high school, and that is data telling us, they go to university, and the university, they have a foundation year. What do they teach in foundation year? Things that they should have been taught in high school. So they first year of their time is wasted because we didn't have concentrated language, math, and physics, particularly in science domain. And then when they graduate from university and they come to us to the industry, we put another sticker on them and we call them trainees. And that trainee goes for a year and a half, and we started teaching them in some cases, we started building universities and training center. That is not our core business. We are not good at teaching. We should have given that money to university. And so this data has pointed us that we revisit the entire ecosystem related to education. Now, back to your questions. The UAE has always relied on the international workforce. We are only 52 years old nations, and we were building. Now, blue collar, semi-blue collar. So now we are in the phase that, we are attracting, and we are number one by IMD report in attracting talent. Now, when we look at the data, and again, it is not sufficient data to rely on, we found that Generation Z, they have different socio-economic preferences. People in India, they want to stay closer to their family because over time, when you migrate and go, the family structure, the fabric of society disintegrate. That is, again, data pointing us. And we see that the migration, for example, and I'm using because I'm here, of Indian migrating to the West is on the decline. So how do we cater for that? Perhaps, and one of my colleagues mentioned, we don't need to bring them to the UAE. And Mayashi just eloquently articulated that we need to outsource that. And by the way, when we outsource, there is quite a lot of saving that our organization is enjoying. Now the question is, who is leading who? Is the employer an employee? Is there a place for government to come in? I'm not sure, but that is, I think. But government need to set the tone. For example, if we have a roadmap in attracting entrepreneurs into the country, we have superb infrastructure, superb law, we have support for a startup ecosystem, we have business incubator, we have created business accelerator. So how do we attract the youngsters that are sitting here into subscribe to that and take advantage of that? And I encourage you, there is a site called for youngsters, if they have an idea that has potential commercial viability, to visit Khalifa Innovation Center. If you Google it, and you can submit your idea, and we fund it. You don't have to come to UAE. You can stay next to your where you are, and we can fund it. We provide you with the technical mentoring. We open for you doors to become part of supply chain of bigger boy. So I encourage youngsters to tap into that. Now, the fact is, the movement of labor is taking place. Talents are moving back and forth, back and forth. The certificate equalization of certificate hasn't moved as fast, and that, I think, a university, they have to create a consortium among each other, and you are as strong as your consortium, and I see the future. For example, I joined a consortium of universities, say, be it IIT, be it Harvard, Stanford, London Business School. I study that path, and I decide which logo I would like to have on my certificate. If I prefer to have a Stanford logo, they all work in the back office, they work in the background, and that is, I think that's the future of education that we are looking to. It is foggy, still not clear, but we are pursuing that path. We call it the University of Future. I will conclude with the industry. Sometimes our industry also, they recruit top engineers and they assign them technician jobs. There is no, so it costs them a lot, and then the engineers are demotivated, and that is we are addressing to, by collecting. Again, I'm going back to the data, so where the data is going to lend us to. I hope I was able to answer.
Thank you, sir. Yes. See, mutual recognition frameworks, looking at them from the talent pooling and talent mobility point of view is a very big animal. What we are sharing here is the different parts of the perspective, so that at this young age also, and at skilling institutions and others, we should know that what is being left. Nobody is giving the full solution right now, and not everybody has also the full thing. With this, I'm coming to our last panelist, Dr. Irakli Kodeli, and I'm not asking any technical skill, job related, that kind of a question, because he has considerable work on the public policy research, comparative analysis of the policies, and to see that how the social inclusion, sustainable development goals and all those things can be promoted. I want him to share his perspectives that with these digital skills, with the advancements of digital economies, where the talent mobility, talent pooling, remote sourcing basis and other things, how it is, what different kind of a dynamism or different kind of a challenges or different kind of a scenarios, perspectives it is bringing on the table for the policy perspective, social inclusion perspective, SDGs perspectives and others. Because digital infrastructure point of view, we know that digital divide we can bridge by making the digital infrastructure. I'm not asking digital infrastructure, I'm asking skills.
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very pertinent question, obviously. Let me zoom out a little bit and provide a bird's eye view on this question from UNESCO's perspective. Coming from the perspective of the need for global governance in this. Because when we're talking about successfully transferring skills across borders and the certification for those skills, what we need fundamentally is a governance mechanism that is based on agreement between the countries. And we don't start talking about this agreement in the vacuum. We start talking about it based on the existing frameworks. And in that context, I think that it's fundamentally important to mention the achievement of the international community in coming together to agree on a common set of values, principles, and policy actions that you find in the recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence. Not only because it was UNESCO that facilitated that process, but because it is such an achievement to get 193 countries to come together and agree on it. This should be our departing point when we're talking about how to bring that together. And very relevant for skills, as you've mentioned there, and as has been mentioned by Dr. Squaccerini and also by some of the distinguished panelists, is the principle of awareness and literacy. Because when we're talking about harnessing the full power of these new emerging digital technologies, especially artificial intelligence, it's not enough to talk about building the requisite skills within the only just academia and industry, but we really have to talk about society as a whole, because only then can only a society that has a certain degree of awareness of the ethical impact, the broader societal impact that these technologies will have, only that society can engage meaningfully in shaping the future that will be impacted by these technologies. So that principle is really important, and then the recommendation translates the principle of awareness and literacy into two specific policy areas that are relevant here, that is education and research, and also economy and labor. I will not go into the details, granular details of these policy areas, but I'll just point out certain key ingredients that are important for our discussion. I've already mentioned the need for global governance and cooperation across borders, and in the context of the G20 this is of course very relevant. Another very important idea is the need for diversity. This is of course at the core of UNESCO's mandate, and when we're talking about such things as creating standard curricula, for instance, in schools, and not just in schools but in every level of education, it's critically important to think about the language diversity, for instance, and which languages are we talking about, and making sure that this curricula exists in local, when applicable, indigenous languages as well, to promote education for all in these spheres. Another very important point is and this directly relates to the agenda of equity and fairness and equality, so that the benefits of these technologies are distributed equitably to all. And the last point that I will mention here is the need for multidisciplinary approach, and I cannot stress this enough. It was already stressed, but from UNESCO's perspective this is very important, that when we're talking about prerequisite skills, we have to really go beyond the technical skills of STEM and coding, and talk about such skills as teamwork, skills that are related to creativity, because these days we cannot work alone. We're always working as groups. Critically important are socio-emotional skills, and so it's really important to talk about that. I said that was the last point, but I do want to mention something else, and that is the need to maintain a continuous knowledge of the impact that these technologies are having on the labor market. It is not an easy task, but it also requires cross-border collaboration and having up-to-date, fit-for-purpose data, and you've mentioned data, the importance of making decisions based on that data. And precisely for that reason, UNESCO is creating an observatory, a global observatory on ethics of AI, which will be multi-dimensional, and because the recommendation includes these very important critical policy areas of economy and labor and research and education, this observatory will also capture the data that is coming from there, up to date and easily accessible, open for everyone. Thank you.
Huge imperative for international collaboration. I'm saying that. Yes. Yes, sir. We have already overshot the time, so
yeah, just quickly, I just want to just build on, you know, the technical know-how. I think is all taught well. One thing I think we, student particular, is a culture and language. It's a really important, and it is very vital. We always talk about the what, but not so much the how. So perhaps as a recommendation to G20 is, you know, exchange of a student, exchange of faculty, because, you know, we have different culture. We need to appreciate who we are. It's not one is better than other, but having an understanding and building on each other culture. Is not being aware, what you just articulated well, is could lead sometime to you know, not understanding each other. So culture and language is very important. Otherwise we become ethnocentric, my way or highway. So that is very important, to having an exchange student, and university and academia and institution, they need to facilitate that process.
Very rightly said. Any other? I will request from any other panelists if you have any point, or otherwise we can conclude.
in a tradition of a dialogue, let me reinforce that point also from UNESCO's perspective. The recommendation talks about breaking down the barriers that exist for academic exchanges in the digital sphere. And so as we try to implement this recommendation around the world, and working, by the way, very closely with India as the third biggest AI ecosystem that played a pivotal role in bringing this recommendation together, that will be one of the areas that we'll be looking into, breaking down barriers in exchange of knowledge. Thanks.
I have 2 data points on this. European Union has been working since last 30 years to promote within the European Union, 29 countries or 30 countries, the talent pooling and talent mobility. And they started with the culture and language. But the result between the intra-EU mobility is still far lesser than what is intra-US mobility or this thing. And it is lesser even with the third world countries to the European migration. That is one data point. But the challenge, this doesn't negate the point, but a challenge lies is that earlier people were going to UAE in order to get exposed to that culture. And they have to accommodate there. But now UAE might be hiring a person sitting in India and working from India. He has to be aware of their cultural disposition, which is bigger challenge, and it has to be achieved at individual level. You have to keep your mind open.
Just 10 seconds, okay? Because you are mentioning about G20, you want to do that, right? But from my experiences for international cooperation, I would suggest from that for 20 countries together. So I think you better have some 2 or 3 countries have some discussion to do the mutual recognition first. Otherwise, too many countries, I think you have to start from some core country. Like we have the conceptual APSF, Asia Pacific Skills Foundation, the conceptual one. I think I can give you some reference. Maybe you can take some reference. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear all panelists. It has been a pleasure listening to you and the audience who bear with us.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much. So once again, maybe PA, please hear it for all the panelists over here. It was really a wonderful session. And now we are having this second panel. It is having the subject horizon of digital skills for all. And in this second session, let me tell you that this panel too is going to be moderated by none other than DG NICEDT, Dr. M.M. Tripathi. Sir is already here. So, sir, I welcome you on the stage. With your round of applause, my dear friends. May we please have him on the stage. He is going to be the moderator of this session. And I would also like to invite the esteemed panelists on the stage. Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO NEGD. Please put your hands together for him. Srimati Neena Pahuja, Executive Member NCVET. Please put your hands together for her welcome as well. Ms. Kirti Seth, CEO SSC NASSCOM. Let's welcome her on the stage. Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, COO Sector Skill Council. I request you also to please join on the stage. Shri Sumit Munjal, GM Telecom Sector Skill Council. We welcome you on the stage, sir. And Srimati Nandini Singh, Partner Public Private Sector IBM. We welcome you on the stage, ma'am. So we have got our esteemed panelists on the stage, and yes, we are going to talk about digital skills for all. And I can say that in today's times, digital skill is actually जैसे हम कहते हैं ना, हमारा अधिकार हो गया है अब, लेकिन उस अधिकार के लिए हमें काम करना भी बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, because the authority always comes with the responsibility. Without responsibility, there is no authority. So my dear friends, in this session we are going to talk about that how we are going to cherish that authority and responsibility all together. So digital skill for all, This is the subject in this panel too, and it is going to be moderated by Dr. M. Tripathi, DG, NICEDT. So, sir, I would like to hand over this stage to you now. Let's have a round of applause for Dr. M. Tripathi.
So good afternoon. The first panel discussion was on a very complex subject, and this panel is on rather very simple but most important. As in the inaugural session also, I was talking that in India the digital skill requirement is for a 10-year child to 70-year people, and this population is 100 crore in India only. So that makes very relevant the digital skill for all sessions. So I'll start straight away because we have really very less time for before we break for the lunch with Shri Abhishek Singh ji, which is a 1995 batch IS officer, and also he is CEO of I Got Karmyogi platform, President and CEO of the NICEDT National E-Governance Division, and MD and CEO of the Digital India Corporation. So many important portfolio he is heading in the government of India. So the first question to you, sir, is when you talk about digital skill for all, how it becomes relevant in the country as far as we concern the delivery of government services in the country. And second, that the I Got Karmyogi platform, the effort which government is making, how it is going to augment this effort of the government.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi, and first and foremost I must compliment you for organizing this interesting conference. The previous session had a lot of insights on digital skilling and what it means for the job market, future of work, and I'm sure this session also, with a stellar panel of panelists that we have, though I'm only concerned that we have limited time, so I will limit my response to a very specific question that you asked. So when you look at digital skilling for government, and especially why do we require it? So when we look at digital skilling for government, there are two aspects. One, so the government entities which are implementing their projects, how do they leverage technology for offering services better to the citizens? So there is a need for all government departments, all government employees, all government officers to have the necessary digital skills that makes them understand how technology can be used for offering better services. We have seen e-governance initiatives across the board, whether it is to begin with, if you go back, like how banking has been transformed, how railways have been transformed, wherein you can get e-tickets, how passports have been transformed, various certificates, driving licenses, tax returns, and now as we go forward, the entire implementation of public service delivery, wherein healthcare, education, all can be accessed through technology. So all these programs have been implemented by the government in partnership with industry, in partnership with private sector startups. But the fact remains is that the departments who need to implement these projects need to have the requisite level of understanding of technology, need to know how they can use what kind of back-end infrastructure, what kind of front-end, building a mobile app, building a web service, writing APIs, providing open APIs for interlinking services. So all that is very much required. So the one part becomes like how do we train the government servants in imparting digital skills, and the other part, of course, like when we take services online, the other part remains like how do we ensure that citizens who are accessing services, they don't become like on the other side of digital divide. Like we should not ensure that public services become only meant for those who have a smartphone, or those who have connectivity, or those who know how to access services. So the other side remains like how do we upgrade the skills of people who are accessing these services. So both these aspects become very, very critical part, and in government we have programs for building capacities for government servants, how to implement IT projects, how to do cloud sourcing, how to write code, how to do program management. So the entire capacity building component that we implement in Ministry of Electronics and IT and National Governance Division caters to that, upskilling government skill set within the government. We also work in partnership with industry in order to augment the capacities within the government. How do we build in mechanisms like the National Governance Division itself is a mechanism in which we have people from the core government, and we also have people from the private sector and industry who work with us in our teams and build products and solutions. If you look at the most recent products like the COVID vaccination platform or the Arogya Setu app or the DigiLocker, it's all a combination of joint efforts of the government and the private sector people working together so that we are able to augment the capacity. When it comes to augmenting the capacity, the citizens who are accessing services, NICEDT has played a big role in the implementation of the PFG Disha along with common service centers, wherein we impart digital skilling to people, and we also provide service delivery access points in the common service centers wherein people can go and access services. So this is the entire gamut of digital skilling when it comes to upgrading the digital skills within the government as also of the citizens. As far as the iGot Karam Yogi platform, in fact, yes, this is a new initiative of the government under Mission Karam Yogi, which seeks to enable the transition from a rule-based governance to a role-based governance. What it does is that it tries to ensure that every position in the government is mapped to the skill sets which are required for doing the job in that role and the competencies that one should have to fulfill that role. So for example, somebody is working as a director in Ministry of Electronics and IT or director in agriculture or trade, then based on his profile, he should have necessary level of competency and skill sets, and if he doesn't have, as per the assessments, then he will have access to e-courses, he will have access to learning content where he or she can go, learn those courses, undergo an assessment, a proctored assessment, ensure that he is assessed to have those competencies add up to his profile, and then he is able to do his job better. And similarly, for his future career progression, he or she will be able to apply for positions based on his competencies. So somebody who aspires to be in a particular position, suppose somebody wants to become a joint secretary in the Ministry of Commerce, then the competencies required for that position will mention that he needs to understand trade policy, he needs to understand negotiations. So the concerned employee can undergo those courses and access those courses and build up his competencies so he becomes eligible for those positions. So it enables career progression, it enables democratization of learning, because very often only few people get nominated for specific training courses. But when all these courses are available on a LMS platform, igotkaramyogi.gov.in, any government employee, based on his interest, based on his aptitude, and based on what he aspires to do in his career, can access these courses, build up his skill sets, build up his competencies, and become eligible for career progression in that line. So that's what iGot Karam Yogi is doing to build up capacities and using digital technologies within the government.
So thanks for a very insightful statement, and I am sure that this iGot Karmyogi platform is going to play a very important role in the digital skilling also, as far as the government and officials, and also the private people. Now coming to the next panelist, Madam Neena Pahoja, who is also executive member of the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, earlier Director General of ARNET India, and she has a credit of automating the complete chain of Max hospitals. So Madam, a very relevant question to you, what will be NCBT perspective about the adult learning skilling, allowing individuals to access and engage in learning opportunity at different stages of life and career? Because earlier skilling was just on the youth skilling, like preschool and college level skilling, but now skilling paradigm is shifting. So what is that NCBT perspective of this?
Thank you so much for this interesting question. So before I start with the answer, I'll actually repeat one of the things that he said. I really loved it, is democratization. Can you hear me? So I really love the point that he mentioned about democratization of learning. I think I'm going to take up from there actually, because uh, everyone needs to learn, whether somebody is a school dropout or somebody who's my age or somebody is even, I think, even 70 plus. So there has to be learning opportunity for everybody. And I think the mobile revolution actually taught us that everyone needs to learn. You have people who are at every age group who've been learning how to use the mobile and different functionalities. So before I go to again the specific answer, today I decided to use Chat GPT in the morning to see, you know, what it says about what is education for all. I don't know how many of you have tried Chat GPT, but it's a very interesting product. And Chat GPT had a very nice answer. So I asked, the question was, what is education for all? You know, since that was a major topic that you had for today. It says knowledge, skill, values, belief, and habits that you need to develop. So it's not only the knowledge, it's also the skill and values, and belief and habits that you need to actually have to be able to be in the market. So education is not just my books. It is all about how I behave with people. I think a lot was covered. A lot about culture of the countries, I think, which was also talked about in the previous session, which needs to come in. And that goes in from a child, when the child goes to a pre-nursery, and I think it goes on to any age, every age. Today, everyone who needs to work or travel or go anywhere possibly needs to know more about the culture of that particular place. Then I also asked, what is the vocational education? And I'm purposely giving these 2 points for you to actually not go to, I'm not doing a marketing for ChatGPT, but I think it's a good thing that even I thought it came up with. It says skills and knowledge required to succeed in the careers that you've chosen, right? Which means that if I have chosen technology as a career, then what are the skills I need? What are the options that I need if I've chosen, for example, healthcare as an option? Do I need only a medicine? I mean, I need to know only the medicines or how to treat the patient. That is an option. Or I need to know much more. How do I deal with my patients is one major thing that you need to know if you're going in the healthcare. In today's healthcare, you need to know artificial intelligence if you want to really succeed in healthcare. Maybe, as people say that if you don't know the artificial intelligence, possibly you will not be able to treat your patients well in tomorrow's world. So I think there is a very clear thing which is coming in. You need both education and the skills to be successful. Now I'm going to a specific question I think that he asked me. I think NCVT, what it's trying to do is, I think one of the major things that we were tempted to do is to embed education at every stage of learning. Whether it is school education, whether it is college education and higher education, we have tried to embed education. And what we are saying is that if learning is what's required at every stage of life, whether it is school, college, or even job, like he mentioned, that even the JS, or even after JS also, I guess, I just went through a course on design learning just 2 weeks back, and I think our full NCVT actually, the complete leadership, the Ministry of Skill Development, all of us went through a course on design techniques and how do you design things, design learning. So learning is not to stop. But I think NCVT has been trying to, and I think some of you have been there in Dr. Kalsi's presentation earlier. What we attempted is to ensure that the student gets that benefits of the learning that he gets, so that he is also able to convert the learning opportunity that he has to some credits and maybe a certificate, which actually gives him a great feeling that, look, he has achieved something big. So whether it is a child who's actually learning plumbing, or is a child who's doing artificial intelligence, or doing VLSI design, the child gets actually credits for what he's trying to do, and there is an extra motivation for the child to be able to do it. So I think, just a specific answer, I think what we're trying to do is embed at every stage of learning, we're trying to build skilling so that the child is able to do things with his own hand. I think that should answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So as you pointed out, that NCVT is coming with a different kind of credit framework, which covers different stages of the learning. And also, you know, the integration of the education system with the skilling system is another challenge in the country. So we have Sumit here from telecoms. He's the GM in Telecom Sector Skill Council. And as you know that this kind of complex system will also be requiring some new governance models and financing models. So can you suggest something on that?
Hello. All right. So first of all, let me just thank technology and telecom that digital skilling is possible now, right? So the event started with "Do ka saath ho to kya baat hai." So thanks to telecom and technology. See, talking about, I want to touch base on four segment of learners, starting from school. So recently, new education policy has been introduced. So I'm a father. My son goes to 6th standard. So on his first day, he reached out to me and told me that, Papa, I've got 2 subjects to choose from, and it's a skill-based training that they will give it to me. And those 2 subjects were artificial intelligence and financial management. I was very excited to know, okay, there is artificial intelligence, so he'll go for artificial intelligence. But he said, no, I'm more interested in maths. So thanks to new education policy that we have introduced. Another segment that I want to focus on is the frontline workers, the blue collar segment, right? So these are the gentlemen who don't know what to learn, where to learn from. And especially for that, a lot of skill sector councils are doing a lot of efforts. We have skilled close to around 10 lakh candidates in last 10 years. And apart from skilling, we do provide a lot of placement opportunities to them. So talking about incentives, recently if you have heard about profit-linked incentives in manufacturing sector and telecom. Similarly, if skills-linked incentives can also be given to the organizations who are taking a lot of efforts in providing skilling and reskilling of their employees, that can be one of the motivating factor which will inspire most organizations, most industries to focus on skilling. It is not only skilling that needs to be taken care of, it is also the reskilling. In our organization, in Telecom Sector Skill Council, our CEO has mandated that starting from intern to a general manager, everybody has to do one course on a EdTech platform. So a lot of leaders, they need to take this initiative, they need to push skilling also. Not everyone wants to learn, sometimes you need to push, right? Student needs a push, and so do we. Otherwise, as a human tendency, we are very lazy people. But we need to push ourselves, we need to push our team members to learn. And definitely, I believe that if some skill-linked incentives are being given to the organization, to the industry, that will definitely help. And a lot of organizations, industries are today coming and taking initiatives to skill people. I was reading this article wherein NASCOM has done an alliance with American Express, wherein they will be providing skilling to 700 women professionals to make them digital literate. So I think a lot of emphasis should be given to the organizations, to the industry who are taking such initiatives. Yeah.
Thank you, Sumit. And I think MIT has also a lot of good models. ESDM was the example. ESDM scheme is very beautiful, and Future Skill Prime is another example. In what are the current trends in the digital skilling? So obviously the next question will be to Kirti only. As NASCOM IT ITS Skill Sector Skill Council CEO, your main focus is on the IT profession competencies. So can you please share your views on criticality of linking regular educational attainment, vocational training with digital skill proficiency?
So thank you for that, Patiji. I think it's the Future Skills Prime project came at a time when so much of this conversation was going on, and we were probably a little early in the game. But thank God for that, because now that we have made all our mistakes and we are now up and running, we are now in a position to fit into all this conversation that is going on about how do we link skill attainment to education. The new education policy came out, the national credit framework got created, and all the homework that we had done 2 years ago of aligning all the skills, IT skills courses on the emerging technologies to the NSQF framework, to the skills qualification framework, is now has put us in a very powerful place, because now the Future Skills Prime platform has all the technology courses are aligned to the NSQF and are credit equivalent. So even if anybody doesn't have something like that, and we are working very closely with colleges because colleges are now struggling. They are saying that for us to change curriculum takes a long time. We have to comply with so many requirements. But here comes Future Skills Prime, which is an aggregator. It has got courses from all kinds of training providers, from industry providers, from training providers, from subject matter experts. So we say, well, go to the platform and the courses are already aligned, so please use it. So we have now not only colleges embedding these courses into their curriculum, but we have state governments actually saying that we would like to mandate it for public universities, because the same problem, how do we keep track, how do we keep pace? Because things are changing very fast. Curriculum creation, alignment takes a long time. Faculty development, faculty enablement takes a long time. So here's where very closely the skill system is working with the education system, because this is required at the base now everywhere. Even if you're a civil engineer, you need to understand robotics, you need to understand how autonomous vehicles work, you need to understand how artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, you can't do without it. So civil, mechanical, electrical, chemical, I mean, technology is underlying everything. So I think that's where we are seeing that this seamlessness of skilling and education is becoming absolutely imperative. And what Sumit said about his 6-year-old getting being offered an AI course, so now as per the credit framework, that will be equal to a credit that can be banked, and we have Abhishek sitting here, who is running the academic bank of credits. I just had a little side conversation with him to ask him how is it going to work. And he's talking about education institutions, but I said, but what about skilling institutions? Like, we are all awarding bodies, we issue certifications, so how can we get it on? So when Nina was talking, I said, that's what I was talking about. So now I think we're going to be going to a learning lesson with him. So you see how beautifully it's all coming together. We're all learning, we're all coming together. We're working with NICEDT on Future Skills Prime. You are now going to be taking some courses, running them through your centers. So this collaboration has been possible because of digital. I think technology has enabled it. And to enable technology also. So use technology to teach technology and become digitally literate. I think that's where it's all coming together.
Thank you, Kirti. Probably that's the reason that NICEDT also thought of creating its own university, so that within one organization we can create a ecosystem where the education and skilling go together hand in hand based on the credit recognition system. So once university come up, maybe we'll have a very stabilized system. So thank you. And so next question comes to the Abhilasha Madam, the Chief Operating Officer of the Electronic Sector Skill Council. As now focus in India is a lot on the electronics manufacturing for the world, and there is a need to create large pool of skilled manpower in electronic sector for rapidly digitizing India. So what are the top 3 challenges and opportunity for action on part of electronic sectors in council you see in terms of skilling in the electronics manufacturing?
Thank you, Tripathi ji. And before I'll answer your question, the topic for today's panel discussion, which says that digital skilling for all. So I think what we need to do is we need to change the ABCD. And when I say ABCD, I mean it literally. So A for artificial intelligence, B for big data, C for coding and programming, D for data analytics, maybe I for IoT, S for sensors, M for mechatronics. Because when we started in the early ages, when we started teaching our kids these alphabets, so apple, bat, cat, dog, elephant. These were the things which they were seeing it around every day, or maybe very normally. So the idea was that they can, the things which are in and around, they can identify and they can learn alphabets. But I think in today's time, these technologies, I mean, at very young age, the kids are getting exposed to these technologies. So I think if we have to start this integration of skilling or future technologies or digitization, let's start from the very initial stages, from the primary education. Because maybe it will be difficult for a primary teacher to explain that what is IoT or what is a sensor. But I'm sure if you'll start explaining them in a very, very simple thing where they say it is Internet of Things. So the things which can be connected through internet, and these things can be the TV, the fridge, the mobile, even your cars these days when you have self-automated cars. So I think it will be very, very easy for the candidates to understand at a young age that what are we talking about. It should not be that once they come to college or they come to university, then they should be exposed to these topics. And I think it will be very, very imperative also. So first opportunity for electronic sector, or as I say for India also, when we are talking about Amrit Kal or Amrit Pidhi and we are talking about 2047, so what kind of skilling or what kind of education changes we need to make in the system. So I think first is integration from the primary level, and second is, as we understand, the government is also pushing, if I talk about electronic system design and manufacturing sector in India, through production link incentives, specs, EMC cluster 2.0, various schemes to make Atmanirbhar Bharat, to promote Make in India. So we understand that a lot of manufacturing companies in electronics will be starting in India, and they're getting pushed ahead by these different policies and schemes by Government of India. So this means that we'll be requiring a major amount of workforce, skilled manpower in this particular sector also. And the another opportunity with this we have is the demographic dividend what we have in India. So if we see the median age is around 30s, where in European countries it is in 40s. So I think the first major opportunity is these two. And the third opportunity, if I'll talk about more in concurrence with the electronics sector, then I'll say it is more of automation. So not only in the manufacturing sector, when we understand that the demand for the electronics products has increased many folds after post-COVID also, use of tablets, laptops, mobile, various sensors, not only from the consumer side of point, but from the industry side also. Because most of the processes in the industries are getting automated under Industry 4.0. And we have to understand that let it be any device what you are using or the industry is using, that has to be built by someone. And the hardware part definitely comes under electronics. So the challenge which comes with this opportunity is that we have to make our students aware that they can make their career in electronics also. I know NASSCOM is here and few other IT companies are also here, but I think if we talk to the school students and if we ask them that what do you want to become once you grow up, so most of them will say that they want to go to computer science or IT. Which companies you would like to join? So maybe Meta, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, TCS, Wipro, Infosys. But let's go and try it today with our kids once you go home, because a lot of we who are sitting here from electronics and IT, let's go and ask the kids, can you name 5 electronic companies? I'm not very sure that will they be able to tell you 5 electronic companies, and if they are able to tell you also, they might be telling you about more of consumer durables. So that must be Samsung, LG, or say Havells or Godrej, because these are the products what they're seeing at their home every day. But when we are talking about the core manufacturing, because these are the companies who are getting the production linked incentives from government, these are the companies who are making the various devices. If my phone has a 1 TB of storage and it has a capability of a laptop, So it is the hardware capability. So this has to be built by the electronic engineers. So until and unless these students will be aware that what kind of opportunities they can have in the electronic system design and manufacturing industries, they will not aspire for it. So the first opportunity which I said, that the demand of skilled workforce and the demographic dividend, so the challenge is the awareness. So I think we have to promote, so this is one challenge, we have to take it as an opportunity for the coming years. And next is, I said that one good thing has happened after COVID is that acceptance of digital learning has increased to multi-folds. So I think it is now very, very easy. In the first session also, when Mr. Pillai was speaking, that the hardware part of electronics also can be taught in a digital mode. I think it's a very, very welcoming step in that case. So I think NICEDT has already taken the step towards it. Even Indian Institute of Science, they have started a course which is smart and digital manufacturing. So the engineers who are passing out, they have to be taught that how they have to handle those automated machines also once they'll be going there, because in our curriculum that part has been neglected till now. So that kind of integration is a challenge, but I'm sure we have started taking steps ahead for this integration. So very soon, and I'm sure by this Amrit PD by 2047 we'll be able to match this gap for sure. And last but not the least, I'll say that everybody in ESDM sector, we are talking about semiconductors. So semiconductors, we have to tell them what we all are talking. So these chips and wafers are not Lays. Even when you'll go to students and you'll talk of chips and wafers, the first thing comes is Lays. So I think we have to go to their level and we have to tell them, boss, what we are talking here and what the country is serious about, these are the different chips and wafers. So I think if everybody decides that we from electronics and IT, if we decide that we have to educate people on this, so maybe in a normal conversation as and when where you're going in different platforms interacting with students, and I'm sure most of us do on a very, very regular basis, I think some kind of awareness we should create, and this challenge definitely can be handled in a nice manner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think the electronics education should also start at very early stage of schools, and for that maybe some schemes can be brought up where the labs can be created at a school level where students go and play just themselves and learn from just through games. So that may create awareness at a school level in electronics. But with that, now a very important
I'll just like to add a point here. On this 17th of March, we are launching Electronics Olympiad. So in our schools, we have heard of science, mathematics, English Olympiad. So we thought of if we have to reach to the school level, so we'll be starting school Olympiads, and this will start from class 6th. So the basics of electronics, because the LED or the solar, their geysers are running through solar, or the Wi-Fi device what they are using, so they are exposed, the students are exposed to these technologies, and on a very, very primary basic level we'll be exposing them to these questions actually.
So you can, NICEDT also offers, if you want to work with us, we'll do that.
Definitely, we can launch it collectively for sure.
Thank you. So with that, we are coming to a very important conclusion, that all those initiatives need to be collaborated and coordinated well and integrated. So integration of all the stakeholders, maybe institute or industry and government, is very important to drive all these initiatives and to drive the talent transformation. So coming to the Nandini Singh ji, who is the looking after the public-private partnership in IBM, this is a very relevant question for you, that what may be the guiding principles or key goals and strategic pathways to be leveraged to steer the programs and digital skills to strengthen collaboration and coordination among different stakeholders?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, of course, we all know that pandemic pandemic did not spur the digital transformation. A pandemic happened and it accelerated it catalyzed the whole accelerated digital transformation which was already happening. So what happened was there was a complete change in the industry and the way business was conducted, and so was education. It affected education as well. Like a class 1 student was sitting in front of a laptop and actually getting the education done. So just to answer ma'am there, from ABCD we went and started making sentences. So, so all these three are the pillars of digital skilling. Digital skilling is majorly, as all of us have covered, is not only cloud, AI, it's innovation, it is center of excellence, and setting of center of excellences on that. So it has a lot more than what digital skills at the moment. And while we are talking here, when this digital transformation happened, the good thing happened, and then there was a skill gap. We are trailing behind when there is a skill gap. We are just behind the, digital transformation is running with a very high speed, and skill gap is not able to catch up. So what happens is that these three pillars, industry, institutes, and government, they have not only, you said, collaborate, coordinate, but I think all of them have to integrate well. The institutes, they have to start giving not only those degrees which we talk of, but also micro degrees, super focused courses. It's an area of specialization, super specialization now, not even specialization. That's for the institutes to gear up. For industry, I come from an industry. We should gear up. We are the ones who will be taking all these courses in, because we have to catch up with the digital transformation. So we are the ones who will be taking these students in and the skilled workforce in, and it's not only skilling, it's upskilling as well, and it's constant upskilling. IBM, I come from IBM. IBM is a super, we have, I don't know how many patents we have, but every day we are coming up with a new technology, and you need a super skilling on our own people. We need to get them skilled. So that's for the industry, and industry has to gear up. They have to partner with government and institutes to go give those courses. Not only our own product courses or something, but larger technology courses, which are happening globally. And best part is with this digital transformation, online commerce, virtual collaboration, your remote working it's now day to day. It's nothing very new or nobody gets surprised on this. So all these can transfer, we can get whatever is happening in US or somewhere remote place in Switzerland can actually come to India and in industry and government. For government, I don't want to be preaching, sir is here, he's the one who preaches us, but I want to add here that collaboration within government is also required. If you have to have a digital skilling going on, government should not only just come with NEPs or the policies, but they should also integrate the ministries and departments which are there. Your Ministry of Labor and Employment, your skilling development, your Ministry of IT, all these three, NASCOM, Niti Aayog, all of them have to come together. They also have to need to integrate for digital skilling to be collaborating and coordinating with industry and institutes. So for example, employment exchanges. You have employment exchange, just carve out those places to people who are coming for job, to give them super skills, to give them micro skills there. We talked about, Abhishek sir talked about CSCs. They can be imparting these skills, and industry can come and actually give those skills. Our CSR activities should be directed, our industry should direct their CSR activities to all these skilling, high-end skillings, because this is an area of high-end skilling now. It can never be not only IT and electronics, it has to go further than that. So this is all we have to get together and actually bring in the wave of transformation. It's like a tsunami, it's going to hit us, and we have to ride out of this tsunami, and the amount of job creation our India can offer just because of so many people here and so many workforce here, it's phenomenal.
Thank you.
I have a point to mention.
Any panelist can add to it.
So she just talked about collaboration and integration. So the IBM pilot that happened in Chennai was actually a beautiful example of that. IBM created a program which was launched by the state government of Tamil Nadu, which was approved by NASCOM, accredited by NCVT, and then implemented through all the colleges in Tamil Nadu. So this was a beautiful example of how industry, government, NASCOM, regulator all got together, and the model that was created was actually presented to NCVT. NCVT said, this is great, this is what we need, because it had technical skills, it had what Maria Grazia talked about in the last meeting, about socio-emotional skills, it had, elements of both technical and soft, and so the journey has begun.
So there's more I'll add to
just to
Kirti is saying. I think there was a very good point mentioned in terms of specific skills required for industry, right? And she mentioned about the micro skills, and I totally agree. Industry is changing so fast that we would need to upskill our kids, who are in the industry at that particular rate. And can we have them going through a 6 months program? Absolutely not. We need to create those small modules. So NCVT actually started this concept of micro credentials. I don't know, most of you know that. So we have not only the qualifications on which children now can be trained, but also on micro credentials and also on NOSIS, which could be absolutely industry specific and which can be creditized. So in fact, we also have courses, since there are a lot of IT people here, on AWS Cloud, for example. A lot of via NASCOM, they've come to us and they have our courses for which children, if they do those courses, they can get credits also. So small courses, even large courses, upskilling, skilling courses. She has courses on VLSI data, and I think NICEDT has courses on beginners, what beginners can do on VLSI or cloud or others. So I think there are a large number of upskilling and skilling courses which have come in, I think, just to change what and be ready for what industry needs. So I think that's a thought, but love to hear and get more thoughts in how government and the regulators can collaborate to have more of such courses.
Yeah, just to add to Abhishek sir, that he has an IGOT platform and Karm Yogi, which we were talking about. So there is a cyber range lab of IBM. So what we can do is when the civil officers, civil servants are they can sit there and actually see the simulated cyber attacks and trust, and that is the most important thing for not only because of IT and because of a lot of application residing, but India as a whole is privy to cyber attacks and all. So that is where you can sit around and see the whole simulated. So one of the courses could be just, going there and experiencing the whole thing. So I'm not talking for only IBM. I mean, the Microsoft, every companies like this, they can actually simulate and set up center of excellences with government, with institutes, and give those and impart those and feeling of the whole, what all can happen. So I mean, people can think on the spot that okay, this is what we are exposed to, and this can happen to our systems and applications.
Just to add to the same point, like just want to re-emphasize, Kirti has already said, and it was also said by Neena ji, that collaboration is already happening in the government. In fact, the Future Prime Skills is also a classic example of collaboration not only between the government, but government and multiple industry partners. And the entire course content on Future Skills Prime was developed keeping in mind what are the needs of the industry, and then again tied up with the NICEDT framework for quality certification and ensuring that whatever learning is happening is certified by someone, and then anyone wanting to hire anybody who is trained in these courses would be confident that these skill sets exist. And that is that was the basic crux of Future Skills Prime, which is example of collaboration. Similarly, on the IGOT platform for the government, because Future Skills Prime was for the larger industry, IGOT is for the government servants, but it's not that the content on IGOT is only from the government. IGOT is a content marketplace wherein content is published from the government entities also, but also from private sector, and also from universities and academia, as also institutions like the World Bank and Vadhavan Institute of Technology Policy, for example, runs a course on data science. We have courses from Microsoft on Office, Excel, productivity tools. We have courses from AWS, and we also have courses for behavioral skills, especially even from an institution like the Art of Living, for courses on stress management, for courses on leadership, team building, motivation, because what is required ultimately when we talk of skills, it's not only the technical skills or the domain skills. When you look at the government at large, it's the behavioral skills, the functional skills, and the domain skills which will help us in being able to reskill ourselves, upskill ourselves, and be ready to meet the requirements of tomorrow.
Thank you. Any other comment from any panelist? Quick comment.
We've spoken a lot about digital skilling, but I think one very important part which also comes is assessment. I think it's also extremely important that the assessment which is done of any skill that's acquired is the right way. Because if assessment is not right, in digital, when you are getting digitally skilled, and all of us know that, we could just sleep through a course without really anyone knowing whether I've actually done the course. So I think it's also important that whenever we go for digital skills or we create those simulators, we also create assessment tools for those simulators or assessment tools for all the digital skilling that's there. So that's one small request, anyone who's working in this area to be able to do that. Thank you.
And I just wanted to link that assessment point to, the issue of the credentials and the micro, you said micro degrees, but the word that is being used globally is about micro credentials, which was spoken about in the earlier panel also. Because as we look at talent being mobile and as we look at people working in a global situation, the earlier panel talked about work being done in, say, the UAE, but the person based in India. So now, how do you know that that skill exists? And that whole micro-credential, the recognition about what is it, the skills taxonomy that Dr. Kalsi talked about, that we must understand the skills language. So if we want digital skills for all, we must be clear that what are you getting skilled on, and have you been assessed to know that you actually have that skill. So this is a very simple idea, but a very complex idea. Because everybody thinks, you say AI, but what in AI? If you say data scientist, what is a data scientist? Everybody has a different definition. So as we look at digital skilling for all, this foundation of the definitions and everybody understanding the same thing is going to be crucial. And that assessment piece that Nina talked about, to say, yes, what you say you are skilled at, you actually have that.
I think digital literacy for all also is very important, because in digital literacy also, among G20 countries also there is a difference in, so at least for literacy part there should be a common point. So I think this beautiful panel, and nicely they have articulated the thoughts here, and we have very much less time, but still I would love if you can take one question from audience. Only one question, anybody. Any question from audience? Anybody has any question? Okay. Hi, please. That only government can answer.
Citizens also, if you look at even the poorest of the poor people in the rural areas, they always prioritize education. I have come across even people who do daily wage workers or something. If they are able to afford, they would also aspire to send their child to a English medium private school and ensure that a major chunk of their earnings they spend on education. So somehow, whether it's the Guru Shishya Parampara that we have from historically or something, there is value associated with education in our country, and the governments across, whether the central government or the state governments, are committed to funding education. The budgets are there. What we need is to align the requirements that the country has, the job market has, the skills have, and to ensure that our curriculum caters to that. Otherwise, very often we keep on hearing about we have unemployable graduates, because sometimes the curriculum that we had was not corresponding to the job needs in the industry, and almost all industry faces talent shortage, and at the same time we have unemployment also. So NEP seeks to address that. Funding will not be a challenge to my mind.
I will also like to add to this, I don't think we have to worry about funding. Because if you talk about the universities, so we have a NAC accreditation there, and where they say that only universities who have the A plus grading, they are the one who will be able to go for online courses or for distance learning courses. Other university will not be allowed. That is one. Second is, and now we see the industry participation is increasing. Lot of industries coming together, and they are coming up with new colleges and university. Plaksa University is one, and other universities like Foxconn in Taiwan, if I talk about. So I think industry participation will increase, and industry contribution will solve this problem in the coming years for sure.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Let's hear it for this panelist, please. And I'll request DG sir to please felicitate all these dignitaries over here on the dais. Yes, it's a mark of remembrance from our side to all the panelists. We'll start with you, Abhishek sir. Thank you so much for being here in this session. And of course, all your brainstorming ideas and wisdom thoughts are going to pave a new path into this line of digital skills for all. We thank you all for joining us in this panel. A mark of remembrance from our side to you. Presenting a plant is the best way to showcase the prosperity that we look forward to have in your life. And we hope and pray that you always prosper like this plant. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And let me please tell all of you that now we are going to have a break for the lunch, but after the lunch we are going to have our panel 3, and thereafter we'll be having a small valedictory session of around 10 minutes or so. So I request all of you, please join us for the lunch, and after the lunch we'll be having panel 3 followed by a valedictory session of around 10 minutes. So thanks a lot. Let's hear it for all the dignitaries over here on the dais one more time. Thank you so much. I invite you all to have the lunch. Thanks a lot. See you on the other side. are initiating our panel 3, and in this third panel we are going to talk about advanced and emerging skills. So in a few minutes now we'll be starting with that panel 3. I would request the delegates who are still outside and hearing my voice, please come in, be seated. We are going to initiate panel 3. Let me also share with you that after this third panel, we are going to have a really short valedictory session of around 10 minutes or so. So after this panel 3, it will be followed. Firstly, the moderator of this session. This session is going to be moderated by Shri Anubhav Tiwari, Head Deep Tech and MedTech, OJAS, IIT, Hyderabad. Please put your hands together for him. I request you, sir, please join on the stage. And now I would like to invite on the esteemed panelists to please come on the stage and just start this panel. So with your round of applause, my dear friends, I would like to announce their name. Shri Anil Sahasrabuddhi, Chairman, National Education Technology Forum. Please put your hands together for him. Welcome, sir. Shri Prasad Ramdasi, Global Practice Delivery Head Industry 4.0 Wipro. Please put your hands together for his welcome. Also, I extend my welcome on the stage to the CEO of Kodote Advisory Limited, Shri Subimal Bhattacharjee. Please put your hands together for him. I also invite on the stage Shri Jeet Vijay Vargia. He is the CEO of Mighty Startup Hub. Please put your hands together for him. I hope he'll be joining us soon. Shri Suhas Datta, CEO and founder, Trinayan Technologies. Please put your hands together for his welcome. Also, I would like to invite on the stage Shri Ankur Mehta, Manager, Adani Digital. Please put your hands together for him. And now the galaxy is here on the stage, and because Mr. Anubhav is going to moderate this session, so I have to hand over the stage to him now. But before that, let's have a round of welcome for all these panelists over here. Please, let's have. Now, Anubhav Tiwari, sir, it's over to you now, and you have to moderate this session and take it further. Yes, sure, we can. Maybe please have the cordless mics on the stage.
Yeah, by the time the mics come, I'll quickly start the session. Thank you so much, NICEDT and the G20 Summit and everyone involved for having me here. It's a great show. Wasn't expecting this to be this huge. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you so much. Questioning Professor Anil is like, you know, you are a student in a class and you are trying to question the principal here. So I'll start with you, sir. My first question to Professor Anil is, we had few institutions of high quality until the 80s. And since then, especially the engineering colleges, there is a rapid proliferation of new and private colleges coming in, which significantly, we believe, has impacted the quality. Most institutions are now focused purely on jobs. No creative thinking is involved. No problem solving much. Excitement around knowledge or tech. In your days at AICT and now with NETF Foundation, how do you see this problem being solved? Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. A very interesting question posed by Anubhav Tiwari. उनका अनुभव इसमें दिखाई दे रहा है. So, well, as far as the technical education is concerned, till 80s, the number of engineering colleges in the country were very small number, Except the state of Karnataka, where there were private colleges, nowhere in the country there were private institutions. They were all government institutions. Maybe some state had 3 colleges, some state 4 colleges, some state only 1 college, and it was a very meager number. But the engineering as a domain was increasing by leaps and bounds, and there were huge requirements of manpower in engineering, and therefore not only Karnataka but other states picked up and more private colleges began, first in the South India, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, now Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and the state of Karnataka was already there. With this, directly, there was a problem of the quantity being increased without having any concern for quality, and that's why the Act of AICTE came into existence in 1987. Parliament enacted so that the technical education is regulated. While regulation came in, regulator came in, but the actual regulation, the way it has to be there, did not happen much. And therefore, mushrooming of colleges continued to happen with the emphasis on access and equity, which is very important in a country of our size where gross enrollment ratio was very poor at the time of independence, mere 0.7%, very small fraction of that from the technical education. And therefore, in 1980s, when there were huge demand for technical education, they all started their colleges. And access and equity certainly got addressed. But at the same time, there was no emphasis on quality. Quality emphasis came when National Board of Accreditation was formed. And National Board of Accreditation was also part of AICTE itself in the formative years, but in the year 2003-04, it was decided that it should be separated as a different society, thereby outcome-based education is evaluated. And we became signatory to the Washington Accord also in the year 2014, full signatory. Earlier we were partial signatory, but now full signatory of the Washington Accord. We have crossed 6 years. We were evaluated second time, and we have got the excellent grade. All the nations who are signatories to the Washington Accord unanimously continued the accreditation process that India follows. That means a lot of emphasis on quality has started happening post around 2010 onwards. And now, during the tenure of what I say as a AICTE chairman from 2015 to 2022, very long one, 7.5 years, emphasis was on developing quality through a lot of initiatives, starting from few of the things which already industry was speaking about. Problems in technical education is the curriculum. The curriculum is outdated. What is required to be taught in the 21st century, we are still teaching 20th century or even 19th century syllabus, and therefore curriculum development, constant curriculum development with the support of industry and academia from IITs, NITs, involving them was the first step. But having introduced change in the curriculum, the second important aspect is training of teachers, because those teachers, faculty who are drawn in these colleges are all from different places who graduated 10, 20 years ago, who do not know ABC of the new areas which have been brought in. The session is about the future technologies, emerging technologies, and therefore what we started in 2017 onwards is whether we can have AI, data science, augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, drones, cyber security, cloud computing, quantum computing into the curriculum. It was all added. But having added, unless we train our teachers, nothing will happen in the ground level, and therefore huge program on faculty development, what we call as Atal Academies, AICTE's Training and Learning Academy was started, whereby there was a 1-week program, 2 weeks program for engaging faculty in all these emerging areas of technology, using expertise from industry, expertise from excellent institutions of the country. You know, this is what started. And there was a small break when the pandemic started in 2020, March, April, but we immediately regained our confidence in doing everything online. And in the last 2 years, between 21, 22, I should be very thankful to all the people who are associated that we have received 2 world records consecutively for training the maximum number of faculty in 21 and 22. I think this is what happened. And today, more than about 3 lakh teachers are engaged in not only getting trained, but they are handling those courses in their respective course curricula, and that is the big success. The next one, last one I would like to mention, which is very, very important. Another aspect is most of the knowledge that is imparted in the colleges is theoretical knowledge. And they have no hands-on experience, no practice, and therefore one side innovation, and starting with the Smart India Hackathon movement in India, which has 5 editions, huge number of problems solved by undergraduate engineering students who otherwise we keep saying that they are not employable. They have created new technologies. You know, this is one interesting thing. And on the other side, internship portal, on which more than 1.5 crore students are registered. 26 lakh students are provided internship in the last 2 years. I think this is what is required for new and emerging technologies, and this is what is being achieved. And I hope through accreditation mechanism, testing the quality of the education that is provided by institutions and recognizing that, we will be able to capture the essence of what industry is wanting to do. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. No doubt about it that what you mentioned, the overall the engineers that are coming out, they need to upskill themselves. Coming to Mr. Prasad from Wipro, he's leading the Industry 4.0. So over the years, we have proven our abilities at services in quantity, and in recent decade also in quality. Today, Indian majors are trusted advisors on technology to many of the large global corporations. Yet we have kind of not been able to move further up the value chain, especially around innovation and own products or ground-up concept-led solutions. Why do you think it is so? Can we do something to fix this?
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, as you said, we are providing services, and as a IT industry or electronics and IT, both ICT, is more as a horizontal services to the main business. They are really seen as support services. That is one. More into it, as IT, we are always doing the services. Whatever customer wants, that is the requirement, and people are just addressing that need. So as a culture for last 20, 30 years, we have been groomed in this fashion. But if I really try to look at value chain, what is happening, or what is happening in value chain in recent past. So from the business point of view, any business wants to grow. And whether they want to grow in geography, whether they want to grow in new streams or whatever it is, but they want to grow and they are expecting cutting edge technologies to support them. And that is where, again, the technology is subordinating to the business. That is one part. Second thing is that everybody wants efficiency. Business is looking for, the input is same, things are not changing, but because of all these technologies, everybody is expecting more output. So that is second thing. So these are the two main pullers of the value chain, I would say, are in current scenario. These are more in demand, both efficiency and growth. That is where the industry is looking at. While I look at the other side, what customers are expecting, be it individual customer or be it a company, be it a corporate, they are looking more from the perspective of, one is that as service, platform as service, software as service. So the thing is that they are more looking for, or every individual, every corporate is looking for, pay as you go. And that puts more pressure on really creating the flexibility, and for that flexibility you need solutions. So everybody is trying to see that how I'll give a point solution to that flexibility. Second thing, because of all this AI, ML, computing thing, you are able to create what-if scenarios. So everybody wants immersive experience. What if scenarios, right from really purchasing apparel, how it will look for me. I really want to really do it in metaverse, or in I want to really see that how it happens, or how will it look. Or a plant which is going to be made, company really wants to do that for a particular product mix, how my plant will operate. So it is all, again, the technology is subordinating to that. And the third thing is that personalization, whether it is individual or whatever it is, but I really look at, can I get a personalized product? Be it a brand or be it individual satisfaction. And that is same thing happening on a platform also. Customer asks, whether can I customize this? So this is overall scenario I see from customer and the individual manufacturer or the industry looking at it, and that is how the value chain is moving. Now, if I try to address, one is, what are the challenges in this? So product life cycle is shortening, and everybody wants best products. So you need to have cutting edge technologies to support that. And to do that, you need people with great knowledge. And that deep knowledge as well as breadth is something which is confusing. Second thing is that while you are mixing the technologies which are changing at very, very rapid pace, and real life is not really changing at that pace, but this mix is happening, and to meet that, you need person with multi-skill. And that multi-skilling is another challenge. Either reskilling you have to do, or person has to learn many things, and he will keep on learning entire his life. The third challenge is that while you are adopting new system which are running at very fast pace, old system must run. So a model really to see that how will I change my old system, whether I am running a OT system or my entire computer system which is running my business today and IoTized business. I need to keep them together. And then how I will get a very effective model to do that is something which is more important in the value chain. So these are the things traditionally IT, ICT is really trying to make the things which are required by the business, supporting to the business. And that is how we have been groomed. Now, while these technologies are changing and the availability of skill, what we need to really look at, the people are more going towards design thinking. I mean, if I really look at, from the software point of view, from student point of view, we were learning languages before. Now the code is available in ChatGPT. And the demand is there that you should really, my value chain is asking me that I should give a product which is exactly requiring, fitting my requirement. So it is more than the skill of language, it is more how you are thinking in a design way, or design thinking, or the proactive thinking or innovation is something which is required. And I think all institutions, apart from the syllabus, they should really look at how these kind of things, either I would say design thinking or disruptive innovation, are the things which we should try to give to our students, and the mindset should go in that way. I think many institutions are doing that. They are trying to get languages as well as trying to add on, either through informal courses in the institute, or industry is asking to do certifications which will go into that direction. But if we really look at the technical certifications are gone away, and people are more going towards startups and these kind of certifications. So definitely things are changing. Our startups are giving new innovative ways of revenue streams. So innovation management, whether you go in either disruptive innovation or small steps, definitely things are changing, and we will see that products are coming from bottoms up. Particularly the technologies, if I take IoT, you said that products are there, but if I really look at, there is no platform which addresses needs of all industries. And that's where you will see hundreds of IoT platforms coming up, grounds up. And exactly similar thing will happen in all the new upcoming emerging technologies. That's what I see. And the predominant thing is that for innovation, you would need a real problem statement, which is worth doing the research and spending the efforts, and which should come from ground. So we should have some idea of a kind of thing coming up, where the problems are really coming from the field, really coming from the business, and institutions should do research on that. Professors should guide to students to do that. And the biggest way I see is crowdsourcing, where outsourcing is gone. Crowdsourcing is there. I mean, I can give example. Wipro has a big platform called as Topcoder. 10 lakh people are there, and right from a student to a professor or to an expert can come over there. The problems are thrown, and people are actually coming for that particular problem for a short duration. Come there, work there, and go back. But institutes should encourage students to participate in crowdsourcing so that they will get the real visibility of the world, which is missing today. It is only some sandwich courses or some training in the vacation students do, but if they really participate in crowdsourcing, definitely I feel that is the easiest way to manage this innovation in a better way.
Thank you so much. No doubt about it. Coming to you, Suhas, your experience has been, in the strategy and management over the decade, and our graduates are world class, which is why they power innovation in the Bay Area and elsewhere in the world. Yet in India, they don't. What are the skills and abilities do you think our graduates acquire when working abroad and they are not able to do in India, and why so?
Thank you. That's a good question. Before I answer, let me clarify one other thing as we go along. The name of the company that I belong to is Not Technologies. We are not a technology company, we are a strategy company. The reason I find this question interesting is because I think it hits some very fundamental things, fundamental problems, which I find to have been inflicted on our education system over a period of time. So one of those things is our education really has become training. And there's a bit of a difference there. Education, as all educationists would know, has to do with giving the particular tools for an individual after a few years to be able to learn more. Our education, or what we call education, is not any better than, and no disrespect meant, no better than ITI training school. It gives you a bunch of tools to be able to do something. That's not what education was meant to be. Now what ends up happening with people who still go through our education system and go out, they end up being in a very different ecosystem. That ecosystem is different. That ecosystem considers education and work in the way that I just mentioned. It goes and picks up, provides the tools for people to start understanding business. And this, I think, is an endemic problem across our IT services industry, where we have always worked lower end of the value chain. I mean, of course, there are exceptions, but lower end of the value chain where, and I'm making it oversimplistic, all that you essentially are doing is, here is a piece of code that you're writing, you're throwing a select statement to be able to pick data out of a DB, running an ODBC, JDBC connect to be able to do that, and doing something with that data which comes out. Of course, I'm oversimplifying. Now that versus the fact that the number is very large, the fact that the cost arbitrage essentially was the cause of stuff coming into India, it ended up being quantity versus quality. As this continued over a period of time, and most of our IT industry, IT services industry has tried to do this, they've tried to go and build, and I say this because this is closer to my heart, they've gone and tried to build consulting arms over a period of time. And no disrespect to you or Wipro, but every company which has tried to do that, again, there might be some exceptions, it hasn't really worked. Bottom line is it hasn't worked. They keep continuing to buy consulting companies. Those people come into an ecosystem which they are unfamiliar with. They get into this large mass of people who are churning out code, albeit good code, and they live in that environment for a period of time till the time that they can take an exit, they exit and go away. I've seen only one company, and that's because I just happen to be involved, where there's some intention to be able to go and do this organically, start building that capability from inside. I do not know whether it's going to work long term or not, whether they'll have the stamina to be able to remain there. But that ends up being a challenge. See, the reason I'm picking this up again is it really has to do with the way we look at work, the way we look at education. If you're looking at it in terms of it just being a tool to be able to go and do something, that's only that much you will get. And it does not move a whole lot forward from there. Now, you have a situation in our country where a civil engineer or whatever engineer, start-out engineer, right, so goes and says, let me find my first interview with an IT services company, whether it's at TCS, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, whoever else. And that sort of waters that entire thing down. Why the hell did you go and learn civil engineering or whatever other? Why did you do that? Somebody, yeah, of course, while being a civil engineer, you might be at a bridge site, which is dust and construction and blah and all that. I thought I would just look at the flash, just in case middle-age modeling assignment arrives. But anyway. But instead of being there at a construction site, which is muck and dirt and blah and all that, non-air conditioned, compare that to an air-conditioned, very nice environment, what would most people choose? So it's a multiple pronged situation. Here I deliberately am, and I've been part of the industry as well, deliberately blaming the IT services industry for having lowered stuff down, for having given incentives, carrots and sticks both, to the education system or universities, saying that if you are not producing Java, I'm just picking an example, if you're not producing Java of this variety, or if you're not producing whatever the flavor of the month is, I'm not going to come to your university or college. So this becomes a vicious cycle. Is that what an university is supposed to do? I think not. It's supposed to produce people who have that ability, if computer science, in computer science, to be able to go and use that base, that structure which has been given, up ahead in their lives. But that just can't happen. If a Wipro, TCS, whoever else, Accentures of the world do not come there, well, you'll not have placements. If you don't have placements, you will not have people joining you. So where does this lie? It's a shared responsibility, and unfortunately, wherever there's a shared responsibility, nobody owns it. Yeah, so the Wipros, Infosys, etc., of the world, and I keep saying Wipro because I have a gentleman sitting right here. So, could be anybody else. Because what we have done in the IT services industry is, we have pushed this responsibility of training people out somewhere else. We have outsourced it. The US and Germany and wherever else, Europe, have outsourced their work. We have outsourced that part of education training somewhere else. So all these, I think, start joining in and start causing a problem. Now, if you were to flip this, and I'll take one more minute, if you were to flip this, you will see that most of us who go outside the country and start doing very stellar work, most of them are doing in areas of intersectionality. It is not just plain IT services type of work. Of course, there are. I mean, all again, Wipro, TCS, Accenture, IBM, everybody have large offices and they do stuff there. But the higher tech work, on the whole, is always happens in intersectionality. The frenzy of ChatGPT or any of these other GPTs right now is actually not in IT services. It's in an intersectionality where you're looking at search versus language versus an AI. And that, I think, is the difference. So these lead to a situation where we do not work on intersectionality, where people outside go and do exactly that. And they end up churning out amazing stuff. Some of you might or might not know people who have used Photoshop. I'm a photographer, so I keep using it all the time. Some of the core members of the Photoshop team, and some of their names still appear on the logo as Photoshop comes on, are actually Indians. I'll let you go and find out. The person who designed their color palette in Photoshop 1 was an Indian who was actually half blind. Not kidding you. Was half blind. So we can. It's not as if we can't. Unless we ourselves do not break out of the system, even inside of India, we will keep falling into the same rut.
I was planning it to be a panel discussion. It is entering a debate, I guess, now. Sir, I'll give it to you. Let me just address all the panelists one by one, and then we'll come back to the follow-on question. Mr. Subimal, we are a major consumer defense tech globally. With the offset clauses, now most global majors are manufacturing at least parts of the defense products in India. And one of the defense majors also are slowly moving up the value chain, but the pace is still too slow. I'm talking about this because you have an experience in the defense and the cybersecurity space. DRDO pipeline is very slow. Global majors focus just on manufacturing. Startups not easy to take defense problems, though IDEX and others have came into picture helping it out. Research institutions have the technology knowledge, but abilities and channel to create products is very weak. How can we do? One second. How can we do develop these skills and abilities to make these products go out of India and make India a defense innovation hub?
Thank you, Anubhav, and thanks to NICEDT for this great conference and giving me an opportunity to speak. You know, we are at a point of time when India's own defense industry has taken off. If you go back to 2017, when the Prime Minister had appointed the Dhirendra Singh committee to look at how to improve the defense procurement and production ecosystem in the country. The main idea, the main recommendation that came out from that committee was that how do you go from in the whole value chain, right from the top to the MSMEs, and get into cutting edge technology and make India a manufacturing hub besides the design and R&D. And after all these years, today if you try to do an assessment that how much has actually changed on the ground, I can say that there has been a lot of changes. And most of the changes have come because a lot of policy intervention by the government have been right and timely. The focus on defense exports was never there. Today we are already exporting a lot of stuff. The focus to get offsets into play. The focus to move away from a buyer-seller kind of a approach with all the major defense manufacturing countries to move towards Make in India and Atmanirbharta has been reflected in many areas of defense. And in a lot of that, technology skills have been preponderant in the shaping of the next steps that one needed to do. Now, one might ask, where was the skill set available? Where was the R&D story? Is there a way that we can actually start making, say, aircraft engines or the large platforms, whether on the naval side or on the army side? So if you observe very minutely, the focus of the government to see that defense R&D in the country doesn't only remain with DRDO, but consciously get the Indian industry into that area. I think that has been phenomenal. And as a result of which, in a short span of time, you saw some of the large corporate houses getting into the defense space, whether it's the Tatas or the L&T, the Mahindra, the Bharat Forge, Adani, and very specific to the defense industry, something like the dynamite technologies, etc. They have now gained critical mass. That critical mass is just not only in forging partnerships with some of the great defense majors, but also getting into specific areas of competence. So, the policy intervention helped to a great extent in trying to orient oneself. We are one of the largest defense equipment users, and I would say we have been huge importers. But if you see, and you'll see it during the budget sessions when the allocations are made, a lot of money is being put on the capital acquisitions, and the focus is to see that it is the Indian companies that are getting it. So a transformational change of seeing majority of the capital allocation going to Indian companies has actually been seen in the last 4 to 5 years, every time the defense budget came. So now I come to Anubhav, the part of the question that you have, that are we going slow? Are we not, or have we not oriented our skill sets? Partially yes and partially no. One of our great strengths has been our, the digital skills or the digital workforce who have been our ambassadors across the world now for decades. And so today when, 13% of our GDP is actually influenced by the IT sector, and we aspire to go to, about 20% by 2025, that's where, a lot of the global nations, corporations, everyone take note. If you see, a large part of these corporations have actually come and set up their manufacturing in India, or they have forged partnership with not only the big guys but also the smaller guys. So in a value system that starts from the large corporates to the micro and small medium industries, we are having some level of capabilities and activities going on. Are there some specific extra skills required? No, I think a lot of the platforms today are getting far more digitized, and artificial intelligence, machine learning induced functionality getting involved. If you take the case of a tank or a light armored vehicle, which effectively we would have imported over all these years. Now in the last 3 RFPs that the Government of India has released, the focus is on the category, the indigenous, developed and manufactured, the IDDM category. So the government is taking a call, not in the air, but actually picking the ground realities in place, and that means that the right dose of digital technologies in the products, the focus on specifically, products that come or the systems that come and play using technology, something like a drone or an autonomous system and all, which are getting very, very popular. Even if you see in the Russian-Ukraine war, drones have been able to take away hundreds and hundreds of tanks. So the focus on or the changing dynamics in the battlefield is bringing in a lot of the requirement of digital workforce, and that is where the shift from only DRDO to DRDO and private sector is seeing a lot of individuals from various engineering courses as well as with basic science courses to be actually trained and oriented in that fashion. I think what we need more is a structured way of understanding the needs of the industry and skilling and reskilling of individual. That has to happen looking at the necessity. Defense industry is a long-term industry. So, planning perspective as well as understanding what is the requirement in the next 5 to 10 years is far much easier compared to many other places. Platforms would always have is mechanical, electromechanical, all these aspects in place. But along with that, the dosage of digital technology is by and large increasing. I happen to work for one of the largest defense corporations in the world, and I have seen in all of the platforms, whether it's in the air or right up to a submarine, how the change is happening with the imbibation of technology. Now, we are never short of that. We have manpower in the country. We have to use this opportunity and support from the policy as well as the funds available to be able to reskill our individuals, and possibly an organization like NICEDT has a great opportunity even in trying to get into this bandwagon. So Anubhav, to succinctly try and put a word and say that have we fallen behind or are we short? I think we are also marching along. Possibly we can increase and improve our skills a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ankur, you have been in the innovation ecosystem for quite some time now, and I have been known. I know you from very early days of your career, from your T-Hub days where you were leading innovation programs at T-Hub, one of now world's largest incubator, and then moving on to International Blockchain Congress where you were leading the blockchain innovation ecosystem, then Microsoft for the quantum, and now Adani. We misspelled you as manager. You are the lead for the innovation strategy and startup programs. The large corporates like Tata, Reliance, and then now Adani also have very large canvas of businesses and very large budget outlays. How can this be leveraged to enable development of talent that can generate the best tech solutions, either through startup products or or coming up with innovative program budgets which can foster innovation in the ecosystem? How do you think these corporates are thinking, and you are inside that in one of them? So over to you, Ankur.
Thanks, Anubhav. Thanks, NICEDT, for organizing this very important talk about digital skilling today. One of the key pieces about Adani or any other big group is all about let's talk about the bottom of the pyramid piece, right? The students. They are being taught a lot about what you build college, like the faculties has built previously, and they have been taught that way. But they have not been taught that like what today industry has been using it. So people do know the basics of it, but they don't know how to apply those basics to it. So that's where some of the gap comes in. Even when we were hiring for the digital arm, like we did, my team recently did 50 interviews and we couldn't even hire one person, just because they know the basics, but they don't know how to use those basics. So that's where the university has to, ramp up their students and say the corporates should start coming into the university itself and teach them what is industry has been using right now. People do talk about metaverse, people do talk about AI, machine learning. There are so many technologies we talk about. There are so many platforms which is available today online. You talk about Udemy, you talk about Coursera. There are tons of knowledge is available, but the problem is with the students as well as with the faculties as well. The faculties do not want to learn more. There's some sort of breakage for them is what we know is the best. I think we all should learn more and more. Like I'm learning every day. There are certain folks who take out half an hour or 1 hour just to learn the new technologies what is coming up. Because at the end of the day, the kind of technology pace which is happening, it's way faster than what has been doing from last 20 years. So everybody has to learn. If the faculties also has to learn, the student will learn. So it has to be a top-down approach. So once the faculty will learn what is the new sort of technologies coming up with the industry, so that can be implemented with the students first. That's one piece of it. Where Adani is putting today a lot of money also, as well as a lot of time is into the institutions itself. So Adani has one of the institutions in Ahmedabad, which is Adani Institutes, and the whole idea is the paradigm what they teach in the students, it's the paradigm what they teach it to the corporates as well. Even in the corporates, there are certain faculties. We call it them faculties itself because they are just teachers to us. And they just taught about leadership, they talk about something which is very new age technologies, and they take every week, every Saturday of us for an hour just to talk about what is happening around the new markets. Because as a corporate, we are also doing, from our KPIs, our KRAs, and maintaining those sets, right? But we are not learning. So to ensure that the group learns, the people learn, that's how the approach has been done. And the institution is do the same. So a lot of Adani group people also go to the institutions and they do teach, starting teaching all about how we can create the new set of new areas of businesses. Let's say today people are talking about fintech here, people talk about healthcare. People do understand about the healthcare and the fintech space, but how well you know. If you talk about technology, people do understand mutual funds, but they do not know about how to build a mutual fund. So the technicalities has to come. So once the base has been there, there are always the means to learn more and more, but the base has to be clear in terms of like what you have to do the next. Am I answering the question?
Absolutely. So, a counter to that, because I only kept one question for each because it was a large panel. But counter to that, Ankur, do you think the use cases in the industry, understanding of the use cases in the industry is missing from the talent that is coming out of the institution? Like they don't know what exact use cases would be of what they are learning right now?
Few of them. Few of them. Because I've been instrumentally, when I was in T-Hub, I was to do a lot of work with Smart City, Smart India Hackathon also. I've been part of the academic as well as the corporate side. There are few things which has been done phenomenally well. But today, the problem is with even the people who are already working right now. How they can increase their skill sets. So that's something which has to be focused upon. Like the skill sets has to be looked in terms of, okay, this is what I know, this is what I'm doing, but I need to improve myself to grow up to the ladder of my career. So those has to come up. The career progression, it will come up. That's not a problem. The use cases are there, but people are not used to get into that mindset, okay, I have to spend time onto this. So somewhere down the line, there has to be new sort of, I would say, new paradigm in terms of let the people learn more and more?
Yeah.
Can it be more fun?
Yeah.
Can we make it more, technology enabled what you are doing, learning today? You know what, this is something which I learned today.
Yeah.
Is something more with the consulting side of it or the defense side of it. Something I learned more today on this.
Yeah.
So the approach has to change.
Very true, very true. So one last question I have for you, Professor Anil, and then Mr. Prasad and Suhas has one inputs, and Mr. Subimal also. I don't have any further questions. One last question, sir. Research translation has been one of the key focus areas for IIIT also, and now Government of India with the Agni arm from the Invest India. A lot of we are seeing the underlying research. How can we translate that, or how can we take that from lab to land? And most of these we see that still there is lot of gap between these translation coming to the market. It's still lying in the academic side of it. Do you have some inputs on that, how we can be more research-led innovation ecosystem where these translation can be at a faster pace? And though the government is trying its bit from the Agni arm of it, which comes under the principal scientific advisor. Any inputs on that, sir?
So I think it's a very important question that we all have to address. We have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of talent, but we are not able to translate that into products. The reason is the whole academic ambience is different from industry ambience. How do we bring it onto the academic institutions? Some good examples we should look at, for example, IIT Madras Research Park. Without depending on the government grant, by taking loan from the bank and then repaying that and building a huge corpus. If this is not a success story, what else is? And therefore, all the institutions who have got some funding for incubation, incubator support, be it from DST or Niti Aayog, we must have a constant dialogue with industry, the entire stakeholders, customers. What are they looking for? Can we solve that problem? And then pitch that to the people who are angel investors, to formal investors who will be able to support that initiative in order to bring that up. If we do that in about 1,000 institutions in the country, I will tell you, we will be able to challenge the LA and the Bay Area, because we have much more talent than them. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I would request one minute quick, last closing comments from each one of you as we are running short on time. Starting with you, Suhas.
Thank you. I might go 1 minute 25 seconds. Pardon me. Okay. So let me start with, or rather pick with something that Subimal was talking about, because defense sector. I'll give you a very short anecdote and then make the point. So sometime back, maybe last year or just the year before, our Indian Army went and bought 55,000 of an American rifle to replace our regular standard rifle, without naming a whole bunch of names. So it's of the same ammunition caliber as our other Indian regular rifle which we use, and also the same as our unit weapon, the light machine gun. Our Indian Ordnance Factory went and said, oh, you don't have to go and buy the ammo because we already have millions of rounds sitting around. But the problem is, so India did not go and buy. The decisioning here went wrong, and I'll tell you why I'm coming up with the story is, the decisioning went wrong because the rounds that Indian Ordnance Factory had, IOF, were for LMGs. So the LMGs, because they're machine guns, they have a longer barrel. So which means that the charge required on that cartridge is a little more. So if you use a higher charge cartridge on a smaller barrel, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what the hell will happen. So for a long period of time, those weapons sat. And now India is buying ammo again to be able to do that. The reason to pick this is, while the government is doing a whole bunch and wide across, very broad brush, and doing a whole bunch to move this situation upwards and get us Atmanirbhar, truly Atmanirbhar, a lot of this will not work unless you, I, we, everybody contributes. So somebody there, and I dare say some muppet there somewhere, said, oh, we're going to have the ammunition. And that starts becoming a challenge. Because everybody then starts coming back and saying, as I was initially, oh, you know what, the system is wrong. So the question I'm asking, and we have lost 1/4 of the crowd here, it must be very boring. So the question that I'm asking you is, what have you done? What have you done for the country or whatever other system? And you also includes me, all of us. What do we do to be able to break that system? And I know it sounds a little political, but it still is. What do we do as part of our IT services industry, our technology industries, to be able to do something slightly different? I can choose to be part of whatever IT services industry and say, all right, so this is what I have to write. This blah application, I'll write it and get away. Is that what you're going to do? And I think it holds for IT services, holds for you people in NICEDT, whoever else is sitting here. Unless each of us start making that change, I don't think it's going to really get there. Whoever, whichever government tries, however hard. Thank you.
Mr. Prasad, any closing comments?
Yeah. So definitely, see, we talked about IT industry sucking engineers, all civil engineers or anything. But I am coming from engineering arm of a IT company. And when we go for campus, we see 20% people who are not coming to that campus. They want to do core. And as an engineering organization, I want those 20%. I really need to go to different engineering colleges, which we are doing in COEP and all other colleges, to really tell that this is the innovative core engineering work we are doing. Please come and join our interviews. So things are changing. Somebody talked about logos for colleges in the morning. I mean, you talked about it, whether it is Stanford or IIT. But definitely industry also perceives that those logos and how the behavior of those colleges students are there in industry. Some people who are either going to core, even if I take IIT, either they will be core designers or they will be completely business people, not in between. So definitely NICEDT or erstwhile CDT has a kind of thing that the engineers coming from CDT are really good at design. And I think the coming part is more, as I said, application than design. And design thinking would be there, NICEDT should continue to it. And third thing which I feel is that participation of faculty into actual work, either crowdsourcing or you said Chennai Park, Chennai IIT Park, something like that. Or we should provide some window to those people to go work there, wet their hands and really bring that experience to enrich the students. How the framework will allow, how the institutes will allow, that is different case, but we should really look at it. That only will make the designing or the engineers design the things in our country.
Professor, any closing comments? Any closing comments?
For me?
Yeah.
No, I just thought I already spoke about it. Well, we have a lot of learning from the experience of all the gentlemen, whether it is consultancy, whether it is IT services, whether it is defense, or even digital. I think we need to bring all of this in the curriculum with the case studies. In management schools, we have case studies. So why not in engineering or in other disciplines? Bring that to the fore and find out what pitfalls are there. So critical thinking, analytical ability, if it is developed, then any new problem, any new challenge, or any new technology which comes up, students will be able to adapt and learn and then go forward.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Subimal.
I just like Suhas, just want to mention about one anecdote and then make the comment. So there's something known as the software-defined radios, which now is a big-time part of the defense ecosystem. BL has made for Navy many years back, but it struggled for many years to come up with the software-defined radios for the Army. As Sir had mentioned about the Smart Hackathon, this is one of the finest programs I think we run in this country to get talent out. I happened to sit on 2 or 3 television panels with some of these participants and the way they answered our Prime Minister. And a team had actually developed a software-defined radio. And these are engineering or maybe college students. And you won't believe when the Honorable Prime Minister asked them, have you thought about the encryption part in that? They said, yes, sir. We have already looked at the encryption, and that encryption is also indigenized. Now, this is the spirit, and this is the force that we have in this country. And these raw talents, if I may use the word, these are, people whom we need to pick up. It's just not only the engineering graduates or people at different levels of skill. We need to catch all of them up, because if you look at the defense system, till 2025, the defense ministry has already announced which are the different programs that are going to be on the negative list for foreign acquisitions. So we have a roadmap very clear that this is what will build up, this is the skill that will require, and in that the industry actually has the opportunity to say that these are the skill I required, and hence start training first, finding out, then training and orienting these people. And this is not going to go away with a one job story. This is a 15 to 20 year story. So we actually build up national assets that way. And I think this is something I want to leave as a last.
Thank you. Ankur, any closing comment you have?
Just wanted to tell on the corporate side of it. Adani has always been known as an infrastructure company, but now we are talking about digital here. Why? I think that's something which has to be thought through by everyone now. So if anybody would like to go digital today, the one thing, if they have kids, start teaching them coding. If they have like students who, not students I would say, but the people who are working, start learning product management. And third thing is, if people who are like 40s plus, I think start talking about how you can build strategy onto digital. Because digital is the way forward for the country as well as for any of the big corporations today. So from infra to anything, you have to further proceed to go scale. It's all digital. And I think everybody believed that even in the COVID times, when colleges got locked, schools got locked, the digital is the only thing which people started pursuing and started teaching. So that's where the entire shift towards the any corporation or any other institutions, it's all about their strategies. First thing, digital. Just go digital and make the people make those set of learnings available for the people. And then probably you can look out in terms of where to make the money and how to do that and how to sustain.
Thank you so much. That's all from our side. It was an honor, absolute honor to host such an amazing panel. Some very interesting insights came. Thank you so much. Thank you, NICEDT team, for organizing this. It was an amazing show. Thank you so much.
Namaste and Jai Hind.
Thank you. And before we depart from all of you, I would like to request Anubhav ji to please felicitate all the dignitaries, because ye zimmedari bhi inhi ke kandhon par hai. He was being the moderator, so he has to do that. Sir, thank you so much for being part of this NICEDT International Conference on Communication, Electronics and Digital Technologies. So we are presenting this token of remembrance from our side to the dignitaries, to the panelists who sessioned this advanced and emerging skills. So yes, here is a mark of respect from our side. So Mr. Anubhav, बहुत मुश्किल था अपने सीनियर से सवाल करना, but उन्हें felicitate करना is much easier. This is just a token of gratification from our side for you, because you made this conference really, really worth listening. This panel, which actually gave new horizons to the thoughts that we all were flowing with. Thank you so much. And now I would request Ms. Rashmi Agrawal, Assistant Director, Admin, NICEDT, to please felicitate Mr. Tiwari. Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause, my dear friends. Thank you so much, sir. And now is the time for valedictory session. Anil sir, आपसे मैं request करूँगी कि आप हमारे साथ यहाँ stage पे बने रहें, because you are here in the valedictory session with us. So for rest of all the dignitaries, I really extend my heartiest thanks to all of you. And let's hear a round of applause for them, my dear friends. And now for this valedictory session, please join me in welcoming on the stage DG STQC Mr. M. Villa Pandey. Please put your hands together for him. I invite you, sir, on the stage. Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe is already on the stage. And I would request DG NICEDT, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, to please join us over here. I also request ED Calicut, Dr. M. Pillai, to please join us on the stage. Dr. M. Pillai, please put your hands together for him. Also, I request Dr. Y. Jayanta Singh, ED Guwahati, to please join us on the stage. Please join me on welcoming on the stage the Registrar Shri Ram Prakash Pandey on the stage. We welcome you, sir. And also I would like to invite on the stage Joint Director NICEDT Shri Partha P. Adhikari. Please put your hands together for him. So we have this galaxy for the valedictory session. And to initiate with, I would like to request Shri Ram Prakash Pandey, the Registrar, to kindly present the welcome address, sir.
Good evening to all of you, the honorable members on the dais, respected DG sir, who is the patron of this complete event, and also the editor-in-chief of the journal which we have seen published and inaugurated in this session of 2 days, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, who is just we have seen he is the ocean of the knowledge, and we all 2 days seeing that knowledge needs to be converted into the skill imparting, and I believe we all will be able to help in this, and the arena where we transform the knowledge into the skill. Our two EDs who are here, Dr. Pillai and Dr. Jayanta, who are the chair of this complete event and made the event successful, and wonderfully and calmly they have set the tone for the event under the able guidance of our Director General, and the complete NICEDT team has quickly organized this event. I believe as per the expectations of the industry, academia, and our parent ministry, MITEE. Our secretary sir has done appreciation for this event, and now we have reached to the concluding and the last session of this 2-day event. Nevertheless, Shri Parthoji, who is the General Secretary of this complete event, who has done a tremendous efforts to make this complete conference successful and presented. We have seen that this 2-day event, lot of knowledge, lot of discussions, we have connected, and we are working in an environment. We are discussing to the industry, we are discussing with the academia to see how the knowledge we can disseminate the knowledge, and the skill, the more importantly, knowledge is there, but it's how we can convert that knowledge into skill and can be benefited to the industry and the society at large. So this with this I believe we are concluding this event, and further on a very thanks to all the friends and the fraternity of the industry, including the NICEDT officials, the media, the academics, and the industry, to make this event a wonderful success, and you have spared the time to make this event a successful event. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. And today, as we all have witnessed this first international conference on digital skilling, I would say that on such a grand success, we would request NILET and the Mighty to please organize more such platforms for us. So thank you so much for this wonderful platform, sir. And now I would like to invite DG STQC, Mr. M. Vilay Pandi, for the address. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope all of you are awake. Feeling bored? So much? Since morning, I think you are listening so much things, so many things, so many technology, so many vocabulary, so many taxonomy into human resource, into digital skilling, into IoT, into big data, into so many things we are just hearing. I hope it is not overflowing. Anyway, it is. I felt it is a grand success. This first event of international conference on digital skilling by NILET. By looking at the name itself, it is very catchy and very attractive, and it is apt. NILET arranging this kind of program at the time when the chairmanship of G20 has come to India. And the similar way, like MITI, I'm also one of the wing of MITI, and like NILET, other arms of MITI also is planning in similar line such kind of programs, just to see that India in no way is lagging, at least in the IT front, comparing to Western world. It is something great, and from the morning, because it started with our chief guest, and it started with all our big bureaucrats coming and addressing you. The after the inauguration functions, the panels, three panels, which have been encountering with so many discussions about latest digital skilling, how it can impact the society, how society can benefit out of this digital skilling. It is basically a brainchild of MITI. Why it is a brainchild of MITI, I am telling, because the concept of e-governance, the concept of digital India, the concept of smart cities, these are all this requires ordinary citizens to learn about digital skills if they want to avail the services of the government. It is very important that ordinary citizens are compelled to know about the digital skilling, how to operate, because they have so many schemes to get benefited. To make use of those schemes, they need to be digitally literate. That's what NILET is doing it. It's really a great thing you are doing it. Please keep continuing to do it, not only for the ordinary masses, not only for the ordinary public. I think it is starting from the lowest level, it is going up to the PhD. That is something very appreciable. It's, I think, keep continue to do it, and our best wishes with you is there. My only thing is how, as a STQC is known as standardization, testing, and quality certification. All along we were associated with electronic products. Now almost for 15-20 years we are with IT also. We are providing lot of IT services like quality assurance services, ISMS certifications, ITSM certification. In a way we are giving capacity building also to the industry as well as to the professional IT professionals in the name of lead auditor courses. So by giving this, how we can align our activities to help NILET, just is a thought. I think whatever hardware based platforms you are making, whatever software platforms you are making for the use of the citizens, I think we can become a party to quality assurance services. So the when I say these three panels, the framework for mutual recognition of skills, it was very important, because we have the skills, we have the qualifications, we have the certifications. When everything is there, how it is getting recognized in other countries? It is a very good afterthought concept. How our qualifications can be equaled with foreign qualifications. A very good discussion was there. It was really appreciable discussion. And about digital skill for all is very important. That's what I was talking about it. When we are in the a world of e-governance, how the citizens, can make use of the digital services available by making use of such kind of digital skill is very, very important. Very good discussions were there on that topic also. Then now the latest one, advanced and emerging skill. It is a very, very important. It's, it is apart from ordinary thinking. How an advanced society, like Society 5.0 in Japan, and Industries 4.0, which is yet to evolve, the concept itself is yet to evolve in the country. When such situations are there, how we have to cope up our, our workforce. So it's a very good concept, and continue to do such kind of programs. We wish you, on behalf of my entire STQC team, all the very best. And it's no, it is to say that it is a grand success, and this program maybe much more to come. We wish you all the very best. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to request Chairman National Education Technology Forum, Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, for the address, sir. Please put your hands together for him.
Yeah, I had just now been there in the session, so I don't know why being repeated, but anyway, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, Director General, and all others on the dais, as well as those who are in the audience. Despite the whole day, they are still sitting. We should honor, respect their time. Therefore, as brief as possible, I will just mention few things. We are talking about digital skilling as the first international conference being conducted by NICEDT. If you look at adaptability to digital medium and digital technologies, India is first in the world, actually, probably. Because through UPI, 40% of the transactions of the country are happening through the UPI in a digital manner. No other country, they are all far behind. Next 4 or 5 countries together don't come to our levels. And who are all participating in this? The sabji vendor in the remote village to a high-tech person from IT industry, they are all using it. That means we are sort of digital natives who have come forward in a big way, and therefore this digital skilling should be now for an upgraded version. They are doing basic activities. How do we empower them further is what is going to be there. In the morning, you talked about the framework, which is very, very important. In Jodhpur, there was a G20 summit on the same subject in respect of labor and employment, and how our skill sets which are earned and our certifications are treated equally in the other countries. That is where movement of the labor is possible, movement of people for jobs is possible, and India is going to be a supplier of manpower for the whole world, because it is the youngest population, will remain so for the next 20-25 years, and therefore for all the countries with aging population, India is going to be the service provider. And that's why empowering them, treating them with all the wherewithal in order to go there and serve is very, very important. So the first session. The second session is very absolutely important for skilling all variety of people. And third one, which is also very important, because those who are already employed, if they remain where they are, they will become jobless very soon. Unless upskilling and reskilling does not take place, the industry will not find them useful, and then they will check them out. And that's why we have all 3 sessions which are very important. I congratulate NICEDT for thinking about such a first ever international conference. I just saw the international journal which is being published. I hope it will become Scopus indexed and will become one of the finest journals in the domain of digital technologies and also electronics. With these few words, I thank for inviting me. And although I was not possible to come here in the morning because of some other engagements, I came here in the afternoon. Thank you very much. And all the panelists, what they spoke, a lot of learning. I have noted down the points. The learning never stops. Learning is lifelong. That is the spirit with which we should. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have rightly mentioned that learning never stops. And wherever we say that here we have come to an end, we need to understand that end doesn't mean end. It means effort never dies. So we keep on doing our efforts. That's really important. And since morning, as we have been talking about different aspects related to digital skilling, all I could make out is these days, like gone are the days when digital skilling was considered as the luxury. So these days, digital skilling is not a luxury, it's a necessity, and we all have to hold hands to it. With these words, now I would like to invite Shri Partha P. Adhikari, Joint Director, NICEDT, for the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for him.
Respected Shri Anil Sahasrabudhe sir, DG NICEDT Dr. M.M. Tripathi, Dr. M.P. Pillai, Dr. Vijayanta Singh, General Chair, Shri Ram Prakash Pandey, Registrar, and all the dignitaries. Especially my thanks goes out to Dr. Maria Grazia Squiciarini. She took her time to fly down here. It is her first visit. Mr. Irakli Khudeli, I assume this is also his first visit. Dr. Yahya Al-Marzuki, who, and I mean, he withered all the troubles to come down here and be with us for last 2 days. To all the panelists who could take time out and be with us, share their experiences and knowledge. To all my directors, all my seniors who are here, to all my colleagues, to entire NICEDT fraternity, I must say that एक अकेला चला था मंजिल के मगर लोग मिलते गए और कारवां बनता गया. I started the journey, rather not I. It's not I here. I am not impersonating me as I. It's the team of Dr. Jayanta and Dr. M.P. Pillai under the leadership of Dr. M.M. Tripathi. We started this journey towards this international conference on digital technology. And then people, they started coming in, and today I assume and I know, my belief is that it has been a grand success. Shilpa ji, jaise aapne kaha tha ki end, it's not an end, rather it is the very end of the quite a thrilling movie Drishyam 2. This end is the beginning for a new dawn, a new era that NICEDT is surely going to see in the years to come. This is a clarion call to all the NICEDTians that yes, we can. We thought we can, and yes, we did it. This is a grand success, and thanks to all, each and everybody whosoever. I am not able to take the names, but the entire NICEDT fraternity, a big round of applause to all of you. Thank you for making this a grand success. Thank you, and I sign off on that note. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. आप सभी का बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया. Let's hear it for this first international conference on digital skilling. Thank you so much. आप सभी से शिल्पा भावना भी इजाजत लेती है. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.